They took away our right of self-determination. They gave it all to the Minister of Indian Affairs. Today, even when we do our elections, they took away our hereditary systems, our own institutions of government. They took away our right to determine what is right for us, to determine our lives, and gave it to the Minister of Indian Affairs. Yes, it is very detrimental, and it's unconstitutional as far as I'm concerned, because if you look at Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, not our Constitution, it's there to remind them of our inherent, that they call Aboriginal rights, and our treaty rights. That's theirs. It's not our law, just like the India Act is not our law. Our laws have not been written, but a time has come now that we need to start writing them down, as we know that Canada only looks at written laws, that we need to occupy the field of all those jurisdictions that affect our peoples and our territories and our way of life. Our Indian monies, the monies that we get through contribution agreements, come from the Indian Monies Trust Account. They don't come from taxpayers. The Canadian Federation of Tax Federation claims that we are sitting there, that we should be paying tax, and that we are just freeloaders. That is not true. We need to give the true story of this land. We need to give the true story of our treaties and who we are. We need to teach Canada, because Canada failed miserably in giving the true history of our lands and our treaties. Our peoples had their own education systems. They had their own health systems. They had all their own systems in place. So when the newcomers came, we knew, our peoples knew. I always say I was there at the time of treaty. I'm not old, but anyway. When the newcomers came, we knew, our people knew that there were going to be new sicknesses coming in. Our education system, which they had complete control over, it was the survival, teaching our peoples who they were, what their history is, and what all the mechanisms that they need. So now these newcomers came, and like health and education, we had our own medicine men, our own healers, and when they came, they said, we will give you treaty right to health, treaty right to education, and so forth, to economic development. So as we know, when you enter into a treaty, the treaty is an agreement between two sovereign nations intended for the benefit of the parties that they represent. So in exchange for the use of our territories, they were supposed to pay us a fee for the use of our lands, and made certain promises that we call treaty rights. Education, health, whatever, you know, the peoples need to determine with each treaty area as to what your treaty rights are, or the promises under treaty. You need to determine that. Each treaty area needs to do that. We never gave up those jurisdictions. But the Indian Act controls how this Indian Affairs is going to provide the necessary education. So when you look at the Indian Affairs system, or the policies under the Indian Act, or the measures, or the fiscal arrangements with First Nations, the Minister of Indian Affairs signs all those contribution agreements. They have never fulfilled the obligations under treaty for the benefits that we're entitled to. So the intent now is to disengage from the Indian Act. The Indian Act is not ours to abolish. However, we have the authority and the right to reinstate our right of self-determination and reinstate our government institutions to provide the necessary services to our peoples. But if you look, we don't need an Indian Affairs Minister signing if we want a signing our agreements or our laws. That's up to us. We had our laws, and we need to define them. We need to know what they are and write them down. Even when we have today, we have many people under the Indian Act system that say, oh, I'm on my own. We're not under the Indian Act, we're under our traditional or heritage or our own systems of election. But you know what? How many of those customary elections did the Minister of Indian Affairs sign? They do not recognize anything unless the minister signs it. So the source of authority is still with the minister. We have to take that source of authority and back to our peoples. That's where it belongs, in our nationhoods. We have to rebuild our nationhood, our sovereignty, and decide how we're going to live with Canada. Are we going to continue assimilating? Are we going to join their nation? I mean, their state, not a nation. Canada's not a nation. Are we going to join their state, be under the Constitution Act of Canada? Or are we going to be under our own as nations, as was intended that treaty? We have to decide that. We are not Canadian citizens. We are citizens of our own nations. I am a Tsuut'ina citizen. I am not a Canadian. I am not an Albertan. That's who I am. And I would suggest that everyone looks at it from that perspective. Because my father always told me, if our peoples only knew the strength and the power they have, Canada would not make us suffer. We would not be oppressed. We have the authority. Canada doesn't. We need to decolonize, find out who we are, what our history is, what our authority is. And I'll tell you, we are the strongest and the most powerful people on Turtle Island. But we must take care of our responsibilities. If we do away with the Indian, we can't just do away with the Indian Act right now. They put our lands in the Indian Act. Our tax exemption is under there. See, and my brother Gordon tells me, always tells me, reminds me, a nation cannot tax another nation. So when we entered into treaty with Great Britain, we're not taxed. And that is explicit in Treaty 8. The Medicine Chest Clause is explicit in 6. Schools are explicit in 4 and 7 and several other treaties. But we were told, our people's understanding is once treaties 1 to 11 started, that all our rights will come. They roll. And our understanding of what treaty benefits were is different from Canada. So we have to define that. So if you look at the Indian Act, we can't just throw it away. We need to protect our lands, at least from Alberta. We're looking at Treaty 6, 7, and 8, and now it's called Alberta. We are looking at the protection of our lands, because when we entered into treaty, we said, our people said, As long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow, our lands will be here for our peoples. We need something to deal with that, to ensure that continues. We need a new fiscal arrangement with Canada. We need treaty-based budgets directly with Treasury Board. We need an auditor, just Auditor General, simply for the benefits under treaty, because every year the Governor General, who represents the Crown, makes a report to the Queen as to how the Treaty Indians are being dealt with. Now I often wonder, what kind of reports does he give? Especially during the Harper government regime. We need to reinstate our treaty cards. Those treaty cards are the ones that tie us to our territories and to our lands. Anyone that is born prior to September the 4th, 1951, had a treaty card. After that, we became statutory Indians. That's the Canadian system. Doesn't relate to our treaties, doesn't tie us to our lands. So it is important that we reinstate the treaty cards, and that we have complete control over our citizenship. So again, when our leadership, when they say these are our people, they get treaty cards automatically and not separated under the statutory requirements of the Indian Act. Many of our people have suffered from that. There's been court cases on that because of Canada's system on the statutory provisions of the Indian Act. There are many things that we need to look at. I'm just giving those as an example because the key issues to me is our land and our peoples. Those are key. Without our land, we are nobody. Without our peoples, we are nobody. We have no nations. So those are the things that we need to look at. And to me and to our people back home, if we implement treaty or enforce treaty, whatever the English word is, to make Canada be responsible, to take full responsibility of their obligations towards us, whatever that language is, that's our job, and we need to get that done. And that way, our people don't need to suffer anymore. We need to develop our laws. We need to incorporate our spiritual values, our value systems into our laws and into our daily lives. Justin Trudeau also talked about the missing and murdered women. Harper didn't want to deal with it because he said it was a social problem. If we had continued, and if we restore our sovereignty, our jurisdiction, our laws, our responsibility to teach our children what their value systems are and their responsibilities to our societies, our people will not be victims or perpetrators. Many of our own peoples, our own men, have hurt our women, and vice versa. Women have hurt men. What are we going to do about it? So I encourage you to find ways. We need to find a solution on how we're going to move forward. It's time that we get out of this oppressed feeling, being oppressed. And we need to move forward collectively Our elders always said, we are strong collectively in unity. We talk about it, but do we do it? No. Everybody has a different perspective. Let's find a solution together. And don't forget, we are the most powerful people on Turtle Island. We just need to empower ourselves and move forward. And you're going to hear about other issues, about all the Canadian laws. Those are their laws. And I believe that we have all the tools in place. We even have the declaration, which Canada wants to implement. And yet, my fear is the way I'm looking at it, they're trying to put the declaration under their laws. It should be the other way. Their laws should conform with the declaration, not the other way. AFN negotiated an MOU for a new fiscal arrangement with Canada for the Indigenous peoples. Now, AFN represents 644 First Nations or chiefs across this country. We, the Treaties 1 to 11, I think are 230 some. AFN, the chiefs, outnumber us. So when a resolution is passed at the annual assembly or any assembly, special assembly that AFN is, a resolution that is passed gives the mandate to AFN. And one of the things was to lift the 2% cap through contribution agreements that affected our budgets. But now they sign an MOU on a new fiscal arrangement with the Department of Indian Affairs, again under Sierra multi-year funding arrangements. We want a new fiscal relationship with Canada directly through Treasury Board. We want treaty-based budgets. We want to set up our institutions, our own services to our peoples, regain that jurisdiction, and those under treaty get Canada to pay for those that we buy, whether it's education, health, or whatever, so that they live up to their responsibilities under the treaties. But that's within our jurisdiction. We determine what those are. So is this MOU going to affect us? The National Chief says no. I don't know. But to be honest, I think it's going to have an impact because Indian Affairs deals with CAs and contribution agreements for everyone. And all those laws that they said they were going to review and repeal have not been done. Nothing's been done. All those other laws like C-27, matrimonial law property. If you look at the matrimonial law property as it stands, we have collective rights. Our lands belong to everybody today and in the future. Matrimonial law comes in if a man and woman separate or they're divorced or whatever, they have equal share. What's that going to do to our lands? Is it going to divide our lands that we have a responsibility for the future generation? We have to examine all those and develop our own laws on how we're going to govern ourselves with respect to our lands. So there are many things that need to be done, and there's been so much work done throughout Canada, throughout our nations. And I think it's just a matter of compiling them all together. And we need our leadership to be interested and get involved in this whole process. Our peoples are crying for justice. We need to do it. As Chief and Council of our nations, it is our responsibility to take care of the needs of our communities, of our members, our citizens. So we need to move forward. So I hope that I gave you an overview. Maybe I spoke too much. However, I expect the people here to provide some suggestions. Yesterday we called for technicians. Yes, we did get some people that were represented that came, but we didn't develop a plan. We need to develop a plan that we can look at tomorrow morning and take back to our people so we can tell them we have a plan how we're going to move forward collectively so that our treaties are implemented and Canada is held responsible for their obligations under treaty. We're going to define what our inherent and treaty rights are, so Canada's laws don't continue to intervene in our lives and destroy us. So I would like now to hear some suggestions, and if the technicians, we have many technicians in here, can you jot down the ideas and the plans that are suggested so we can bring forward a strategy in the morning and bring it to the assembly so we can pass it and move forward from there. I ask for your help because we've done enough talking. We need to take action. And we need a plan of action to take back to our communities. We don't want this another meeting where there's just talking at you. We need your participation. And it's up to us to take it home and try and get it moving in our home communities. So I want to thank you for that. And I welcome any suggestions or comments from the Assembly so that we can begin to develop this plan. And don't all jump up at once. Come on, get involved.
My co-chair and I were saying it's okay. She talked a long time. She was here when the newcomers got here, she
really?
said.
And I'm going to stay till we get our treaties implemented.
So we had to be flexible on our agenda because apparently Joan is not going to make it. So with all the recommendations that Regina came up with and pointed out, we're going to take that as covering off that part of the agenda too. However, we're going to take maybe one or two speakers, and we have to accommodate Grand Chief Nipinak because he has to go to a Sundance today. So that's why the agenda was set up that way, so he could speak this morning. But he really has to be leaving for his Sundance ceremony sometime today, so we will accommodate him. So we're going to take some comments from the floor. So go ahead, Marcel. Yeah.
I'd like to say good morning to everybody and acknowledge everybody here, the pipes, the prayers, the elders, the chiefs, also the staffs behind on the stage there. I work as a technician with Treaty 1 to 11, and I've worked with Regina and Ron and Sharon Venn, and just phenomenal people with a lot of knowledge. I've heard this message over and over is that we're not moving forward, we're not progressing our agenda, and there's just a couple things that I think that we need to keep in mind. One is that like with Harper, I think that really was a test for our people. He tried all kinds of things to, undermine our authority and our jurisdiction and stuff, and our people rallied. That's the good thing about our people is we rally, we come together. Just keeping in mind, though, that recently in July, the Council of the Federation met, and I still strongly believe that there's a question coming. What do we want? I think we need to prepare for that. So I imagine some of the agenda items with the Council of the Federation. For those of you who don't know, the Council of the Federation is all the premiers and territorial non-native leaders. They meet once a year, every year in July. So I'm sure we were on their agenda because of the promises that were made federally and within Alberta as well. We were going to deal with the First Nations issues. We're going to deal with this. So I'm sure they're going to try and figure out how to do that, but put it in their agenda. So I have a few suggestions that I think we should think about. I know for one thing, just for myself personally, I think Canada and all provincial governments need to recognize that title to this land belongs to us, and it will forever. Forever, it's going to belong to us. We're never going to let go of that fight. We'll fight that fiercely, and our people have, and we have ever since we signed treaty. I think the provinces and the federal government need to recognize that their budgets are created from our money. Not only oil and gas, not only natural resources, but taxes, permits. Every time, like for example, the city of Brandon issued a development permit. This land belongs to the people here originally. So every time they generate revenue off taxes or permits or fees or anything, that's money generated from our land. That's one thing to remember. I think also the governments, they need to educate their citizens, non-native people, about our contributions economically, and they need to educate their citizens about our contributions in the early days and even today. We contribute in so many ways, and we will help with that process because we're kind people. We share, you know, we're not greedy people. We understand things. We have that holistic approach, and we think about things from a bigger perspective. We're not, I guess, for lack of a better term, we're not selfish in that way. I think also that an education system needs to be developed because Regina's absolutely right. We're called tax burdens, and we know that's not the case. Never has been. We help build this country, literally, with our funds, our resources. And also, we developed an action plan, I think back in January in Enoch, when Cold Lake had hosted. I think we need to update that, but I also think that Regina's absolutely right. The chiefs need to attend these meetings. Like, there's one saying that I came up with, and it goes, we must follow our path no matter where it goes, unity and strength unbreakable like many arrows. So if you have one arrow, you can easily break it. But if you have 644 and you bundle them, that's good luck breaking that. But I think our people, we need to gather more. Because if you take a look at what happened with the red paper, when our people gathered, they put aside the numbers on the treaty. They just focused on treaty. They focused on sovereignty. They focused on unifying. And then they did that, and look what they accomplished back then. So I think now is the time, especially with the federal government as it is. Like, never have we had a government that says they want to resolve these issues, and we have to put them to task. We have to do that. So with that, you know, there's a lot of information that we've done. Like, believe me, we've been doing the work, all of us, you know. So if you guys want copies of the information, by all means, come and ask, and we will share it. But with that, thank you. I hope everybody has a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. Marcel is one of the young leaders from back in Treaty Number 6 territory. He's a former leader and technician that's helping us work. So we're going to take 2 more, and then we're going to accommodate Chief Nipanak because, as we mentioned, he's going to be going to a Sundance today, and so I'm going to recognize Elder George Monroe, and then I'm going to go to our chief over here, Chief Vincent, and then to the gentleman here. So that's the order that I saw them in. So go ahead, George.
Good morning. My name is Kiwed Nuwapskuma Kodesh Nikas Mangdotem. I'd like to say thanks to the pipes that were raised this morning and congratulate this treaty territory that we're having a discussion on. Regina, you mentioned quite a few things about treaties and territory and nations. When you talk nationhood, are you talking the 640 First Nations across this country, which are prisoners of war status? Or are you talking sovereign nations? I'd like to know how many sovereign nations are in this arena today. I'm Nahiawak. I'd like to know, how are we going to move forward? If you can't move forward regarding nationhood and sovereign nations, you will not get no place, because INAC is a genocide policy that should be destroyed. We have our own laws, our own customs, our own traditions. You mentioned our land, our people. This is the government right here, sitting right in front of you. This is where the direction should come from, not from chief and council. The grassroots people are the government. They appoint the leadership to speak on their behalf, and so does the clan mothers. We need to address our situation here, because Canada is a corporation registered in Washington, D.C. as a corporation. They cannot deal with your treaties because it's a conflict of interest. Your treaties are international instruments. They're not domestic policy. So you must understand, if you're going to talk treaty, talk international, not domestic. A corporation cannot deal with your treaties. And INAC is a genocide policy that should be abolished, because every day a policy comes out of INAC, it's taken away your rights, your freedoms, your education, your housing, your health, your social. Is that where you want to stay, in that box, until you become eliminated, conquered? We are not conquered nations. We're still at war with this colonizing state, and we need to stand up our nations as sovereign nations, not prisoners of war status, band councils, chief and councils. We need to stand up. You mentioned territory. I'm from Treaty 4, 55,000 square miles. Treaty 6 is 106,000 square miles. How many sovereign nations are in those territories? I think there's 5 or 6 in Treaty 4. These are tribes. We can deal with our in-house cleaning up ourselves, but we need to stand up as sovereign treaty nations for our people to move forward. Otherwise, if you're dealing with a corporation, you will not get no place. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for keeping your comments short. There's another gentleman that got up, so we're going to deal with those, and then we're going to have to move on, and we're going to have Regina respond here. She can respond to all of this because she's been around for a long time, she said. Go ahead, Chief Vincent.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank all the speakers. Yesterday was very significant. A lot of the historical facts that were brought forward and the challenges that we know, every one of us in this room, that we face each and every day. So I just want to thank all the speakers and Regina this morning. A couple suggestions, if I may. First of all the speakers had good, solid, hard, cold recommendations. Those are ones that I would like us to look at. They were excellent. They were very powerful, and a lot of the hard work that these speakers have put their minds into it, because they live and breathe treaties, and so they wrote papers and articles, and many of them have excellent recommendations. I hope we don't lose sight of those. I think those are one. The other thing is Treaties 1 to 11, if we could have a representative from each treaty area to sit on a working group. So I don't like to see this thing come to an end. I don't want us to be talking about it like everybody's saying the same thing. We're all in this together, and enough is enough. No more rallies, no more good talk. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Chief Vincent is from Siksika. He's the chief of the nation there. Go ahead, my friend, introduce yourself.
Good morning, my name is James Burns. My Indian name is Ksenu. I just want to acknowledge the pipes, the prayers, because the chairman said keep it short. And also the leaders here, the chiefs, the selected leaders. I am a past leader in my community. I was a chief. Happened to be one of the guys that went to England to go and negotiate for our treaty rights. But what I want to say is that we are going in a direction with our young people, and we're leading down a path. We're going down a path of destruction. When I look at our treaties and we talk about sovereignty, we have a clear identity when the treaties were made that we are Indian nations throughout this country. I come from Treaty 6, and we've been recognized as a Cree nation. In the past 30, 40, 50 years, Canada has tried to get us to change our identity. First, they wanted us to call ourselves natives. Then they worked hard at that, and we didn't accept it. Harper was able to say, you are Aboriginal, and even changed the ministry that we were the only people that had a ministry in the government of Canada called Indian Affairs. And they changed Indian Affairs to Aboriginal Affairs, and the first thing they did was cut all funding in half for all organizations. Now they change it to Indigenous. Indigenous means that we are a people that will be told what and what not we can do from another government. Is that where we want to take our people? Our young people are confused of who they are. They're not proud to be a Cree. They're not proud to be an Indian. In fact, a lot of our people are ashamed to be an Indian because of what happened in residential school, what happens in the courts. Now we have to make up our mind and say, do we put back, based on treaty, the ministry of Canada called Indian Affairs so that we can move forward? Because we're going to go backwards with this word Indigenous. The old people, I grew up listening to old people say, "Kai gats mishwashni gatso." Never change your identity. And that's what we're doing today. And it's affecting us in many different ways. If we're going to be sovereign, let's act sovereign. Let's be who we are at the time of treaty, and continue that fight as nations, not as someone else. We don't know who we are. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of my co-chair and myself, we don't mean to cut any dialogue, because that's what this meeting is all about. However, we need to accommodate the Grand Chief Nipinak here. We do have time for dialogue after, so just collect your thoughts, and we encourage you to be part of this dialogue this afternoon. And I know there's one more speaker, and then we're going to ask Grand Chief to come up and make his presentation. Go ahead, Elder.
I'm just going to speak for 2 minutes. My name is Ruth Norton Fontaine Crishane from Sagging. This is my counselor here, my relative, Mark Crishane. I asked my chief if I could come and speak. And yesterday I told you my age. And so there's 2 things that I want to say, that I want to share with everybody here. Is that prior to boarding school, when the chief of our community of Sagging, he had a meeting every week, and all the people would come to the hall, and all the little kids would be sitting around the edges listening, and what they were talking about was treaty. Dependes on what that means. And so they were teaching us, the little ones, what treaty was, what our nation was. When we were small, right up to 6 years old. And then, of course, at 6 years old, we went into boarding school. However, that has stayed with me because I can still remember all what they told us about our sovereignty. Ubabayan is my first cousin. Our dads were brothers. So come from a long line of leadership, the Creshanes and Thompsons. So that's one part of my recommendation, that all the little children should come to your band meetings to talk when you're talking about treaties, sovereignty, which is debated this way, the roles that the Creator gave us. All those things have to be taught to the little ones right away. For the last, I want to give you a little bit more information about myself, because I like to talk. I was a teacher for 50 years. I was a principal. I was a director. So my heart is always with the youth and the school children, because they need to also be taught about treaties the way that you're talking. Not through that curriculum that is given to the schools, because those curriculums can be whitewashed by some of the teachers. It has to come from the community. The old people, middle-aged people, whomever, the leadership, they have to take the role of teaching about treaties. Don't let that be a part of the provincial curriculum, because they water it down. They have words in there that confuse our youth. And that's my recommendation. Miigwech.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to have Regina respond and summarize, and then we're going to move on. Thank you.
Canada, first, one of the questions is, or nationhood. You know, we have several nations throughout this land, throughout Turtle Island. We've got the Cree Nation, we've got the Sioux Nation, the Blackfoot Speak Nation, Nakotas, the Anishinaabe, the Dene Nation, among others. That's who our nations are. But when we entered into treaty, there was some mixture of Crees and Stonies, Nakota peoples, the Blackfeet, the Tsuut'ina, you know, all entered into treaty. But if you look at the nations, we have those nations, and it's up to us to decide how we're going to deal with our treaty. Only parties to a treaty can address treaty issues. Canada is the state that result of our treaties. So, and it's the successor state of Great Britain. There's a Governor General there in the state of Canada that represents the Queen. So the state of Canada was given the responsibility to fulfill the promises under treaty that were given to our peoples. So we have to make them accountable and pay for that. That's what we're talking about. And when you talk about Indians, you know, someone mentioned Indian Affairs, Aboriginal peoples, Indigenous peoples. In all of the legal documents that Canada has or Great Britain has, refers to us as Indians. We're Indians under those legal documents, constitutional documents. And that's because, as was said, Christopher Columbus was lost, and too bad our people saved him, but he called us Indians because he thought he was in India. But anyway, we're here. So we're Indians in all legal documents. And then they changed it to Aboriginal Affairs because they wanted to mix us all. And they have national organizations that represent all these Aboriginal groups, whether they're the First Nations, the Métis, the women's groups, you know, those national organizations. So they call us Aboriginal peoples. And Indigenous peoples, now this government, Canada's government, is calling us as Indigenous peoples, and all Indigenous peoples means is we're the descendants of the original peoples of this land. We're indigenous to this land. This land is ours, we're the first ones here, and we're the descendants. So that's all it means. But if you look at any CAs or any agreements, it'll always, where the Minister of Indian Affairs signs, it always says Minister of Indian Affairs because that's the legal term. But like I said, we are citizens of our own nations. like there's Samson Cree Nation, we have the Blackfoot Confederacy, which is the Blackfoot, Siksikaw, Gana, and we have different nations. So it's up to us how we want to move forward. So each nation has to decide if you're going to do it. If you're going to deal with treaty, all parties to those treaties have to be part of that discussion. But let me just suggest something. Our people say they signed treaty. We say we entered into treaty. Our peoples were given an X. So we got to be careful. We did not agree to the written text that says we ceded, surrendered our lands, and that we're going to give up what we have as nations. So keep that in mind. But I'm very thankful. I got you people all riled up, so keep talking after Chief Nipanak, and let's find a plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. And as she encourages us to continue to think about treaty, we'll renew this dialogue after the next presentation, and we wanted to provide you with as much insight into treaty. And it's my honor to present Grand Chief Nipanak from the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs for the next presentation. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Kind of feel like I'm stepping in the middle of a discussion in a way that I hope I do not disrupt the momentum that's building in the room. I'm going to try and be brief in my presentation, and I'm going to loosely follow some of the work that was done leading up to the Niagara Falls meeting. But before I get into that discussion, I'm going to make some acknowledgements first. I want to acknowledge the ceremony that was done this morning. It was an honor for me to bring the Chief's Unity pipe into the circle this morning and to raise that pipe and to listen to the teachings and the prayers of our elders and those gathered around the fire again this morning. It's the beautiful way that we start the day when we decide we come together under treaty. It's the beautiful way because within that space we can trust one another. We can rely on the fact that each and every one of us brings the pipes that we're caretakers for the right reasons and for the right purposes. And it's within that safe zone where we have a lot of the best discussions. And that's why I try to make it to each and every morning. No matter how late I have to work sometimes, I still go to those ceremonies because that's where I believe a lot of the magic of treaty happens, in those spaces. Some of the visions that we have comes from those spaces when those pipes come around. Before I'm the leader of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, I'm Anishinaabe, Nina Anishinaabe. And somewhere along the line, I'm also my mom's son. My mom is Josie Nipanak, and she lives in a place that people call Calgary. And she's been there for a long time. The work she does in creating a safe space for women and children has saved many lives in that territory. And she has been in the ceremonies of the territory, and she's been painted, and she has a Blackfoot name. That's who my mom is. At the same time, I also have my young ones. My oldest daughter is a descendant of one of the signers of Treaty 2, but she is not a status Indian. She's a treaty person, but she is not a status Indian. So she can't vote. She can't vote in the chief and council system. She's not getting a post-secondary tuition from my community. I'm paying that out of my own pocket. So these events that happen in my life inform how I operate within my home fire. My little girl is going to do grade 1 in the city because that's where the Anishinaabe language is going to be this year in the city of Winnipeg. There's a bilingual program starting. And I think to my mom's generation, and I think that when she went to residential school, they tried to beat the language out of her in Pine Creek. So that when she became of age, she did not speak the language to me. And what little bit of Anishinaabe I have is learned from my travels within my circles and from my great-grandparents who didn't speak English at all. So in one generation, they're trying to beat the language out of my mom. And in this generation now, my little girl gets to go to a school where they celebrate the language. They celebrate the language there. And she's going to thrive. And it's my responsibility within my home fire to make sure that she has that opportunity to feel proud about who she is and her identity. And I believe that's what it is to live in treaty today, is to make sure that our young ones around the home fire have these opportunities to thrive. When speaking here today, I found I was on the agenda as an invitee to the agenda. As a person and within leadership, I have never ever gone into a space to speak without being invited there. And oftentimes I receive invitations to speak, and oftentimes I can't be everywhere. And oftentimes when tobacco is passed, I go out of my way to go to where the tobacco has asked me to go to. And that's how I've always operated. I think sometimes in our public lives, people think that there's leaders out there that are within this space that are pushing their way into spaces to be heard. And I assure you that that's not how I operate. I only go where I'm invited. And it's usually where the tobacco takes me. And that's the way I've operated for a number of years now. So I'm going to apologize for disrupting the momentum of the discussion here, because I really do believe that it's picking up and it's moving in the right direction. And I want to thank Regina Crochaw for getting us started in the right way, because so much of what she says has so much truth behind it. And it's very, very consistent with the ideas that we share and the ideas that have been built up through the work we've done with the Manitoba Chiefs. Within my relationship at the Manitoba Chiefs table, I have done everything I can within my power, within my physical existence, to carry the mandates that I've been given. Oftentimes putting myself at risk. When I pushed the doors open at the House of Commons, for example, in 2012 with some of my friends in leadership, putting my own self at risk, because that's the depth of the commitment that we have to make to one another to change the course of the discussion, to change the course of history, to begin building those understandings that we are the ones with the true power here. And I know that message needs to be reiterated time and time again, because we are the ones with power. I look back at 2012, for example, and we talk about that Education Act that the Government of Canada tried to push through our organizations. It tried to push that through our organizations because it felt that it would have validation if it came through the political hierarchy structure that we had built. But we stood up and we said, no, no. And Colby said it here yesterday, the most powerful thing that an original person, Indigenous or First Nations, however you want to refer to us, the most powerful thing we can do is say no. Said it in another way, the most powerful thing we can do is withhold our consent. Withholding our consent is one of the most powerful things we can do. And that's what the land defenders are doing out there right now. They're withholding their consent. In Standing Rock, which is a treaty community, the people are withholding their consent to the Dakota Access Pipeline, which threatens the fresh water. Out on the land right now in Treaty 6 territory, Sylvia McAdam, she's withholding her consent to allow for clear cutting through her family's traditional hunting territories. Out in Unistoten, the nation people out there are withholding their consent to the developments and the development of Site C. That's the most powerful position that we can take, because nothing can happen with our consent. And the world is listening, the world is paying attention now to that fact. So when I talk about disengaging from the Indian Act, I'm starting from the understanding or from the premise that nothing will change without our consent. Okay, so when we say that we're ready to think about who we're going to be, we have to keep in mind that we will be in the Indian Act until we give our consent to do something else other than the Indian Act. So we can't vacate the field as easily as we may think we can. We do have to develop the structures that we need to say we're now operating from a nationhood basis. And I do believe that a big part of that discussion revolves around identity. And that's why I talk about who I am. What are my relationships within my political circles? Well, I'm answerable to the leaders that put me in this position. And it's not the AFN. I'm not part of the AFN. The AFN does not speak for me. And that's with all due respect to my brother Kevin Hart, who is our regional chief at the AFN. The AFN does not speak for me. The AFN is inaccessible to me. It's inaccessible because if I didn't receive a little bit of help from the organization to get to Niagara Falls, I couldn't afford to go. How many of us are in that situation where we can't afford to go to the tables and to the rooms where they're making decisions for us? Shouldn't be that way. That's not legitimate government. That's not the legitimate government that we once had in place the day before treaty, or the years before treaty. So we need to think about what are the impacts of this structure that we're in. But you know, the AFN is something that we created, just as the AMC is something we created, or the FSIN, because the chiefs have created these organizations. But who put the chiefs in place? Those of you who hold the status Indian card, you're casting ballots to vote in the chief and council elections. So you as status Indians have created this. Myself, as a recognized status Indian, has contributed and created to this, not only as a band member of the Pine Creek Indian Band, but also as the chief of the band at one point, and now as the grand chief of the organization. So there is a chain that connects all the way up through this system, this artificial system that we've been operating from, all the way to the top, all the way to the national chief's chair. And within that political hierarchy, we can climb. We can use our best political skills and be the best politicians we can be to climb up that system. Start in the community, be the grand chief, be the regional chief, and then make your bid for that top job, the national chief. We can climb the rungs of the ladder that was artificially created, because that's what they want us to do. To leave a trail of half-finished projects to get to that top rung so that they can control us with the money that they're now putting into circulation at the top of the system. That's how it works. Saul Sanderson raised it yesterday. For 60 years, he's been building that concept, that infrastructure for implementation with $0. And why is that happening? Because colonial governments will not fund our empowerment. The revolution will not be government funded. That's something we have to be aware of. At the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, with our casino revenues, we opened up an office called Bringing Our Children Home. And that office presented at the Treaty Gathering in Regina recently. And I think people wondered, why is this CFS office presenting at a treaty gathering? Colby Tatousis mentioned it yesterday. Parenthood is the same as nationhood. Nationhood is the same as parenthood. So we've taken the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and rather than be an agent for provincial or federal policy through accepting their money to implement their programs and services, we've taken what money we could to help families advocate for strength and empowerment. Because if we don't have our kids at home, we got no nation to talk about. If our kids are in care with different societies from the settler community, whether they be from Europe or whether they be from the Philippines or from other part of the world, we don't have any nationhood to talk about. Parenthood is nationhood. Everything we've done as an organization and the message that we've carried through presentations like this, the Road to Niagara, was about an education campaign, an awareness campaign, so that we begin to recognize the need to diverge our understandings, because the Indian Act is not the treaty is not the Indian Act. I infiltrated the offices of Indian Affairs many years ago, and I spoke to one of their top people, and I went and I sat in their office, and they had a little black bag underneath the couch, and on that little black bag there was a white cross on there. And they said, "You see that little black bag there? That's the medicine bag. That's the medicine chest. that the commissioner left after treaty was signed. That's what their understanding was that the medicine chest clause was a little black bag full of bandages. That's what they think the medicine chest clause meant. So clearly we diverge when we talk about what treaty is to us and what settler society believes treaty was to them. They can't see beyond what they wrote on the paper. It wasn't spiritual to them. It was a secular arrangement, meaning the management of human relationships outside of the Creator. Because I've grown to learn that there's three parties in the treaty. Three parties being the land, the humans, and the Creator. And when I think about the humans, I don't separate us out between, the Europeans and us, or anybody else and us, because we're all one people. We all breathe the same air and we all have to drink the same water. And that's why the importance of treaty is so profound today, because as this development happens, it's going to impact all of us. The air quality, the water quality is being impacted. And it doesn't matter what language you speak, we're all going to suffer, and we are all suffering the same consequences from it. So that's what the Road to Niagara was about, was a journey back in time to when Niagara became an important focal point for discussion. And it's important to understand that discussions happen in certain locations for a reason. One of my teachers, he's now gone, he said, if you sit up on the land in certain locations for long enough, the songs from those lands will come to you. So in this location, the song will be different from this location, which will be different from this location, but nonetheless, they're the songs and the language of the land. And the same holds true for the things that we say. The same holds true. So when we go to Niagara, we reflect upon a treaty that was done in 1764. A treaty that was done at a time when our original nations of people had the power to crush anybody. We had the military might, and we held the power to crush anybody. But we opened the doors to treaty. We opened the doors to treaty to say we will live in peace and friendship as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. That was the first time that terminology was used, was in the Treaty of 1764. From that treaty, Canada was able to come into creation 100 years later. The reason why I say that is because that peace and friendship treaty created the military alliances that were needed to keep the Americans on the other side of the river when they tried to invade into Canada a few decades later. And as the treaties came across the territories, across the water, and into the plains, it also created those alliances which allowed for us to keep that border between what is now the United States and what is now Canada. So when people say that Canada is built from the treaties, they're absolutely correct. Regina had mentioned that earlier. And I think that a lot of people aren't paying attention to that. And I know that Canada is celebrating a big anniversary here next year, and there's a bunch of money that's coming into play. And I think that's one of the most important things we can do, is we can let everybody know and educate them. Canada doesn't exist without treaty. It just doesn't. So I think we need to be willing to have that discussion and open it up. We've done as much educating as we can, I think, as an organization. I think other people need to be willing to pick up the mantle and talk about why the Indian Act has been bad for us. We identified a number of myths within the Indian Act discussion that's happening today. People still believe that status Indian card is where their rights are. I'm still getting messages like that today. Some of them are violent messages that they're calling me down because I'm not recognizing that treaties are in their status card, and I'll never believe that. I've done too much personal work within the lodges, and I've spent enough time in the classrooms and the reading and the writing to understand that there's a very, very big difference between that status Indian system and what our treaties are all about. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time in the education piece anymore. We have to arrive at a consistent place to venture from. And I think that where we diverged in our discussion a few weeks back in Niagara was partly because we weren't starting from the same understanding about consent. You see, a lot of us understand the thinking that if we get out of the Indian Act, then we're going to end up trapped in Canadian laws that are going to be used against us. And I understand that thinking because that's already happening. You see, our lands are not protected in the Indian Act. I'm sure that all of you who are sitting in here know of at least one case in Canadian law right now where Canada exercised what it believes its right is under the Indian Act to appropriate lands to take up for whatever weapons ranges or whatever the case may be, or to take up land to create some kind of national infrastructure of greater importance than our attachment to the land. And that's what the courtrooms are full of today, is how Canada has taken land by way of the Indian Act from us, which is rightfully treaty land. So that Indian Act is not protecting land. What it's done is it's figured out a way to control it. Okay? And the same holds true for identity. To put everybody in the same, I guess, legal definition. And it's very important to understand what a legal definition is. A statutory Indian is a legal fiction. There's no such thing unless you believe it to be. And if you believe it to be, then you are a status Indian. But that's nothing more than a legal definition intended to contain you within that Indian Act space. An Indian Act space that has been proven to underfund necessary services for our children. Cindy Blackstock proved that. Well, many people proved it, but she proved it to Canada and the world that they're using that label to underfund services for our children. So that's what a lot of this discussion is about. There's no benefits or protections within that Indian Act. In fact, they're using it to underfund and undercut and underservice our communities. And I've known that for a long, long time. And that's why you will never see me sign a contribution agreement. It was said here yesterday, as the leader of an organization like the AMC, which is documented in the provincial registry in Winnipeg as a corporation, you won't see my signature there as the Grand Chief. You don't see my signature on any of the funding agreements coming in from INAC. And I'll tell you why. Because I didn't sign them in Pine Creek either when I was there. Because I'm not an administrator of the poverty of our people, and I won't be. I'll never do that. I won't sign those agreements that keep us in poverty. And I thought about this over many hours, sitting at my desk, thinking about whether it's appropriate for me to sign these agreements or not, and I never did. Because there's a drum in my office, and there's a pipe in my office, there's an Eagle staff in my office. And I've decided that's what's going to lead me, not these contribution agreements. So as a treaty person, I've been to many of the meetings across the territory where these contribution agreements come out every spring. Every February or March, we come together in small groups. Sometimes we say, should we be signing these things? I say, no, don't sign them. Don't sign them because they're not treaty-based funding arrangements, they're contribution funding arrangements, and they're designed to keep all the other Canadian people out there thinking that we're using the taxpayer dollar. They've arranged it that way. We can't even go to the Treasury Board today because there's many layers of bureaucracy in our way to get to the Treasury Board. So when Regina says we need new fiscal arrangements, she's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. We need a direct line to the Treasury Board to talk about responsibilities and duties owed to the original people through treaty. And that's reflected in some of Saul's work as well. Saul has the structure there. So as we venture into that space where we begin to talk about structure, I do believe that it has to be informed by ceremony. We can sit here today like this, drinking water and having coffee and looking forward to lunch. But I believe that the structure of whatever it is that we're going to be building has to come from ceremony. So in some way, the treaty fire that's burning out there, the care and the love and the attention that's burning out there, the thoughts and ideas and the prayers that were shared out there has to be worked in here to create that structure. And I'm not talking about bringing politics into the sacred space or bringing the sacred space into politics. What I'm saying is just make sure that there's a structure built from love and care and the natural laws. And that ties into the power of the women who prayed here to you today. I was brought to tears when I saw these women leaders walking up, because I feel like that's the appropriate way. See, it's hard for me. It's hard for me as a man standing here to take direction from my peers. I listen to my uncles. I listen to my elders. But amongst my peers, there's not a lot of times where I'm going to let people tell me what to do. But when the grandmothers say you need to do this, I do it. And I'll be that way as long as I live. So I believe, to me, that to be a natural form of governance. That's what I believe. That's how my family was. That's what brought me into the political circle to begin with, was the direction of my aunties back home, who are grandmothers. So there's lots to talk about, and I just wanted to contribute that piece. We have about a 15 or 20-minute presentation there, which talks about the education that's needed, with respect to the Indian Act, some potential ways forward. I don't believe how we were framed at the AFN meeting. We were framed within a discussion space where we shared the time with other speakers about their self-government agreements or other pieces of legislation that have been used as alternatives to the Indian Act. I don't believe we fit in that space. Because as treaty people, we should not look to predetermined or predefined outcomes for what we need to do. We need to walk forward based on the very old and aged traditions of governance that we once worked from. And I don't think you're going to find that by aspiring to a Canadian statute that's parallel to the Indian Act. And I say that with all due respect to those who have signed self-government agreements. I'm not going to speak against any community that has done that, because I believe that how we express ourselves has to be left to our community and the decision-making within our communities. So I'm not going to judge that in a harsh or negative way. I'm only going to say that we have a unique opportunity as treaty people, because something we've never given away is our right to self-determination. In fact, the treaties recognize and affirm our right to self-determination. And the way we've been operating within those funding arrangements, within that Indian Act system, it is truly unconstitutional, even to their own law system, even within their own legal system. It is unconstitutional. But who's going to lead our way out of it? It's us. It's not them. It's got to be us that does it. So with that said, I want to thank you for hearing me. I share these thoughts and ideas, from the best place that I can share. I made comments about the AFN, and I mean no disrespect, because there's great leaders within our systems all through the territories. There's great leaders who are doing their best to navigate through those structures. My friend Kevin Hart, our AFN regional chief here in Manitoba, I don't base the value of my relationship with our AFN regional chief based on the politics. I base it on something more fundamental, and that is family. And I'll share with you that coming out of one of my fasts in 2015, he was the first one to feed me. And that is very, very significant, because it comes from the ceremony space. So let's think about that as we move forward. There's a lot of ceremonies that were talked about here. We're very, very fortunate to hear about a horse ceremony. And I've been in a horse dance in the past. And I've grown because of that. And I think that there's a space for us within our different languages to participate in our different ceremonies as well. And I think that should inform the process going forward. What are the ceremonies that are being done on the edge of the Rocky Mountains that I've never seen before? What are the ceremonies in some of the Great Lakes areas that I've never seen in this lifetime? And how can we share that ceremony space to build the truth of our governance systems? That's what I think we need to be willing to talk about. So with that said, I want to say Kachimigwech. I truly appreciate your attention for this short time. I wish I could be here for the remainder of the gathering, but I do have responsibilities just up the road on this side of the Riding Mountain. And I will be making my offerings this week. And I will be dancing for our young people. be dancing for all of us. And that's how I deal with the pain that comes from this work. There's a lot of violence in the work we do. In some way, we have to deal with that pain. And for me, it's by doing this type of stuff, because that's the only way that I can deal with it. So, with that said, I want to say Kachimigwech. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Grand Chief, and I'm sure that the people here will think of you in your fast and in your participation in the Sundance. It is 12, almost 12 o'clock, and we want to call on Elder Kershane. He was walking the other way and I caught him. We didn't forget, Elder, that you were on the agenda to make some comments after Regina's presentation, so we want to call you up at this time.
Buongiorno, noi magnetuk. Skoiga boy ni nishnikas. Magazine note. Saging doniba. First, I'd like to acknowledge everyone that's here, the drums, and the ceremony that was done this morning. The ceremony that we had this morning was very special to all of us, especially to me, because everything that we talked about the last couple of days, and for years, we've been talking about freedom. In 2004, when I spoke to the chiefs in Quebec. And at that time I told them, Creator has opened a door for us to write our own history, the way that we see it, the way that we should be governing ourselves. That day is here. It makes me feel good to see that we have walked up to this date. I've been listening these last couple of days. Yes, we need to move. We need to make steps to move forward. But at the same time, we have to be cautious. Because the government will know that we're making a movement. And they will not stop. What I'm going to share with you, especially the chiefs and councils that are present here, I would ask you from the kindness in the hearts of the people, if you would stand strong and honor one of the things that was left for us by our ancestors, that before any business is done by any other organization outside of us, that they have prior and informed consent be alive in our protection. When I translate that in my mind and what it meant to our people at the time, it means a discussion table where we discuss issues in common sense so that a proper decision is done. Lately, there's been a buzzword that's been going around in the government, and it's called collaboration consent. I looked at that word, and I thought, and I was sitting at home. I looked it up in a dictionary. I got a clarification. When it translated in there, what it meant to cooperate with the powers at hand. You should have seen that dictionary fly across the hall, my home. That's how mad I got. How stupid can we be? Maybe I'm saying that the wrong way. How stupid can they be to try and make us believe that they're doing a good thing for us? And that's why I'm saying, prior and informed consent, what came from our people. It means going to the table, talking at the table, discussing issues at the table, till we can come to a final decision that will benefit everyone. Not only the children, the land, the animals, the waters, and so forth. We are standing in very dangerous times right now. The world is looking at us to eliminate, to go away, I got a hard time this morning, to eliminate us from these lands. And we're not saying anything. We have to stand strong. It's for our little people. And I was at the ceremony this morning. We were told, time for us to wake up. It's time for us to stand strong. When I look at the treaties, and I've been saying this for years, we are the first government of this country. We control this country. We have the power. But we don't hear that voice from us. We have to carry that voice. We have to be strong in that message. We cannot say yes to everything. We got educated people. We got a lot of strength. When I listened to Regina this morning, she took everything that I was going to say today. Thank you, Regina. But you know, we're all saying the same thing ever since we've been here. But it's time that we wake up. It's time that we do our right thing. Not for us. Like I shared with Albert Taylor this morning. I shared with him. And I said, you know, Albert, I'm 80 years old. I'm going on my second childhood, and I'm ready to fight. No. See, my heart is with our children. It started many years ago in Bear Butte, South Dakota, when I went to my first vision quest. The instructions I got there was very simple but very hard to follow. The instructions I got: speak from the little ones, speak for the little ones, voice for the little ones, and learn from the elders. And that's what I've been doing the last 40 some odd years. And I'm still learning every day. I listen. And that's what we need to do. We have to listen to one another. We talk about unity, and I've heard it these last couple of days, and I've heard it for years. We have that opportunity. The unity was been set for us many years ago. Let's capitalize on it. to help us. When you look at treaties from 1 to 11, and you read them, they're all identical from 1 to 11 in regards to hunting, fishing, trapping, and so forth. There's a unit voice in there of strength. What's stopping us from following that same footstep where we can protect our lands, where we can gain some sustainability for our children? It's all there, but it belongs to us. I've thought about many things, and one of the things that I was been thinking about, they're talking about nation to nation relationship. To me, if anything is going to arise from that relationship, it's got to be defined by us, the nation. We have to define what kind of relationship that's going to be here. Don't forget, you are the first government, and you have a right to make that relation work the way you want it, not the government. Keep that in mind. And the other thing I would like for you to think about, especially to our leadership that are here, I beg of you, let's have these tables of discussions in our homeland, in our own area. Let them come to our table, not us going to their table. That's how business is done. And that's how we have to strong. When I say to you, and I've said this before, I am not a subject to the crown. I am not a subject to Canada. I'm a subject to the Creator. I'm sovereign. To me, I've said that before in other meetings where politicians were around. I was always hoping, and still hoping, that one of them would challenge me. But I haven't seen one yet. The door is open for them to challenge me on that statement. I would love to answer them. But overall, what we're doing here is not for us. I listened to the young gentleman yesterday who listened to that youth. I was sitting over there. Man, we got lots of energy, lots of smarts. What's stopping us? Let's move. The only other thing I would like to, when we make our journey on this, and I sort of mentioned this morning, let's have our elders at the table. Let's have our women at the table when we do our discussions. We need them there. Like Saul said the other day, some of the answers are in the past, some of the directions are in the past. And we need that. Sometimes it's good to feel that whip. It makes us come awake, come alive, to take the proper directions that we need to do. It's all there for us. the thing that's most important to me, especially for my children. I only have one boy. I lost a boy last Christmas. But I got one boy. He's 53 years old. I got many grandchildren. I got 7 granddaughters. I got 7 great-grandchildren, grandsons and children. And I also remarried. Those are also my family. You know, every one of those people are very precious to me, just like all of us. All our grandchildren are very precious. We've always been that way. We grew up that way. We grew up to love, to care, and to share. But lately, I might sound negative here, but lately, we sort of forgot about our own responsibilities. We have to wake up and look at our responsibilities. You know, when we talk about the values, the 7 principles, they don't work by themselves. When I talk about love, love calls for honesty. Love calls for courage. Love calls for respect, humility. None of those principles work by themselves. They become collective to make things be understood. Many years ago, when I was on the dark side of life, I changed. Right way, and then I thought I was doing great. But at one gathering in my own community, I came for a visit coming from Ontario. I thought people were they're talking about the principles. But as they were all leaving, one lady spoke up. Hey, we forgot one thing. Forgiveness. And it sort of left that way. I left. It took me 2 years to understand the message that she was giving. How can we move if we don't know how to forgive? In order for me to understand that, I had to understand myself. I'm an alcoholic. I've been sober for close to 40 years. But there's one thing I learned. I had to quit blaming. I had to forgive myself for all the damage that I did to me. I had to forgive myself for all the pain that I caused to my family. I had to do all that forgiveness. And boy, did it ever wake me up. Just like a new door open. Just like I could breathe again. Made a big difference. Just like I was seeing things for the first time in my life. Because I've learned to forgive myself. I learned all of that. I spoke one time, I don't know where, but I told the people, you know, we're in a turmoil here and everything. Let's forgive ourselves for allowing other people to control us. Let's forgive ourselves. The door is open. Then you begin to work. Because that forgiveness has given you that power to move forward, to hear better, to see better, to listen better. We need to think about that. I just wanted to share that with you because it's so important to me. You know, we rely on the Creator. We ask many things from the Creator. We ask the Creator, help us. But for the help that we ask Him, sometimes we take it back and try and solve it ourselves. We already asked the Creator to help us. And He does. You'll see it as you begin to understand many things. Our people have been very, very kind. When I look at the treaties, when the time of the agreements were done, we were a government. And what did the Crown say? In my language, ako itiwin. You know, it's something that's here, something that overlap. The Crown said, over and above what you have, I will provide you with this education and so forth. At that point in time, they recognized us as sovereign people. And then from there, manipulation came in, and we know the history of that. And that's a history that we have to correct. One thing I want to say, it might sound offensive, but it's the truth. Let us all quit being straw people to the government. We are men and women, we are human beings. Let's walk with the gifts the Creator gave us, the power the Creator gave us. He put us on this land to be stewards of this land. He provided everything for us. Now the land is suffering. The land cannot speak for itself. The trees cannot speak for themselves. The water cannot speak for themselves, and so forth. The medicines cannot speak for themselves. It's for us to speak for the land. It's our responsibility. If we don't, you watch the weather lately, you watch what's happening out there, the land is responding. And it is responding the way we may not like it. But if we're kind and we speak for that land, the land will give us back again. I just wanted to share that with you. You know, these last couple of days, when I go home, when I walk on my land, barefoot, I cannot say barefoot, because you know why? I got chickens in my house, in my land, and they got long necks. My feet might get dirty. I thought I was smart one time, a long time, a few years back. I was telling a buddy of mine, I said, come on over to my house, come on over, come visit. You can walk around barefoot on the land, do you good. I didn't know what I invited him. The geese left their mess behind. So he had good clean feet, all right. But you know, it was good they came. They still come. Funny thing about the animal kingdom. When they first came to where I live, They used to fly away. That's when I was driving in. Today, they don't even bother. They just walk around. We build a silent relationship. And what that relationship is, I'm still trying to figure it out. But it tells me something. Through kindness, through patience, the trust can be built. And those geese have built their trust with me. And I trust them. Wonderful. You know? So with that, I say miigwech. And especially I'd like to thank the elders that we shared a pipe this morning. The message I was given, it's strong. It's time for us to move. One other thing maybe I'd like to make a suggestion to. Let's put, like the white man says, let's put a timeline. Meeting once a year is not enough. We have to keep this moving. Let's do it. Let's put the message out there that we're making our claim back, our rightful place. It doesn't belong to the government to do it. It belongs to us to do it. It's our responsibility. Remember in Niagara, when the people that came there, the Grand Chief, his group that came there, the walkers that came there from other parts of the country, the youths that walked. What did they say to us? We took action. We're taking action. They told the chiefs, where is yours action? At the assembly. Strong message, a good message, a wake-up message. Let's grow up. Let's be accounted for, is what they were saying. Take care of me, and I will take care of you. Wonderful. I'm really proud. I traveled with the Grand Chief a couple of times, many times, but the one thing I would like to remind you of, when we went on the ride down west, on the fire, when we went to tar sands, when we walked in that area, the 13.7 kilometer. Even though they gave you a mask to walk around, that evening, after I had a meal, I got sick from the smell of tar sands, the chemicals that are out there. You can just imagine how dangerous it was. And we have people living there, our people living there, how they're being affected. You know, one elder I was sitting down with spoke to me and talked about, oh, I caught a nice big rainbow trout. It was soft, and I was going to clean it. I lifted up, and it just slid right out. I thought he was pulling my leg, you know, like we do sometimes, you know. But no, it was the truth. You know how pollution the water is. And it's like that right across the country. It's like that right across the country. And that's why, to me, it's so important. When I say prior and informed consent, at the table. Not only the government to come and talk to us in that format, corporation, provinces, everything. It's time we took the bull by the horn, as they say. We call them to our table. If we really believe in what the treaties say, we should have our own seats in Parliament. We should have our own seats in the provincial government. We are the first government. Let's take our rightful place. It belongs to us. Creator gave us that right. Creator put us here. Did Creator say, hey, I'm going to send somebody else to come and govern you? No, Creator didn't say that. Creator said, I'll give you a big area. Take care of that ancestral land I have put you down. Look after that ancestral land that I provided for you and your family. Creator didn't say, I will send somebody else to control you, to look after the land. Creator never said that. Creator gave us a responsibility. Now let's take care of that responsibility. It's ours. And we have every right to walk straight, to walk proud, to walk with dignity. It's in us. Let's wake up and let's do it. Oh, be good.
Thank you, grandson. I've just asked my grandson to give us prayer for the food. We're going to take a lunch break. He calls me at least once a week. And he calls me, Mr. Omis, I want to ask you a question. So now I call him grandson. No.
You know, sometimes you open your big mouth and you get into trouble. But it's good. I enjoy it. I thank the Creator for today, for all the beautiful people that are here. But also, let's thank the Creator for the food that we were bound to eat, to share, to give us strength to our spirit, to give us power to our minds, to our heart, that we will make the right choices, that we will stand strong as we were meant to be. Creator gave us that strength, and sometimes when you get a little weak, He sends us food to eat to regain that strength. So let's enjoy the food from the Creator. Thank you. Save me money, I don't have to buy cigarettes.
It's just like so. Okay, lunch is served. Elders, if we can have some helpers to feed some of our elders, we would appreciate that. We will reconvene. (1:30). We will reconvene at 1:30. Okay. Okay. We would like to call on the Treaty 1 chiefs We want you to meet over here on the southwest side of the building. They want to eat, share food together, and have some important discussion. Treaty 1 chiefs over here in this corner. Over to my right.
I'm supposed to be here, but
Ruth Norton?
no, but I'm asking Rose to come, okay?
Okay. All right. Yep.
So I'll give up my spot for you, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, make sure you guys do it, because,
Somebody know, Louis told us.
okay.
Yeah. We'll follow. We'll follow through.
Okay.
Huh, sir?
Are you going to the Treaty 1 Chiefs?
Hey?
Are you going over there?
Go ahead.
It's Treaty 1.
Treaty 1 at the...
Again, ladies and gentlemen, elders, chiefs, council, while you're up getting your food, one of the elders here, presenter yesterday, wanted to make an announcement. So I'm going to ask Solomon to come up, Saul Sanderson. He's going to make an announcement on something that he's proposing and something that he's going to help the nations out with. So we'll give him that opportunity.
Thank you, Ron. What I want to say, first of all, I ran out of copies of these two documents, but I've advised that you get your sticks, and it's on computer, so we made several copies on sticks for those who need copies of those documents, but we can still do some more if you got sticks that you can use to put the information on. The other one is this document on the specific provisions of Treaties 1 to 11 that identifies the treaties addressing the treaty right to education, health, you name it. We ran sort of that one, but we made more copies of it, and that's available as well. Some of you asked about education and training. What do we do about education and training? My wife and I put together these modules about 20 years ago so that we could set up our own institutes and introduce it in our schools. There's 16 modules there, but we need to add another one just on high-tech information communications technology. These modules include inherent rights teachings, treaty teachings, sovereignty teachings, our own traditional forms of government, and so on. But we got extra copies made, and for those who want to get copies of these modules, what we're recommending is that you set up your own institutes by community or by nation. And let's move ahead with the training that we keep talking about that's needed, so that we take action like we've been advised to do by many here today. The other one, what do we do for a follow-up from here? I have been working to try to get co-hosts to implement a nation-to-nation forum where we can come together and discuss in more depth and more detail the form of governments we want, the form of laws we need, all those institutions that we need, the new legal, political institutions and structures of our governments by community, tribal council, federation of nations, all under our own government jurisdiction and laws. So we made copies of this agenda. It would be a 3-day nation-to-nation summit. And I'm recommending for follow-up from here that we agree to move ahead and organize a nation-to-nation summit later on this fall. You see what the chief's done here to organize, what, 3.5 months they had? Well, I think we got enough expertise around to help organize and co-host a nation-to-nation summit. And we can discuss a series of those. The other thing, with respect to the non-First Nations or non-Indians, series of sovereignty forums where we come together with the other governments of Canada and interests in Canada to discuss the formation and implementation and respect for our sovereignty arrangements. But those are the things I wanted to announce, and these documents I'm talking about, we have them over here on the table, and like I said, if you got sticks, we can make copies of these other two documents. Thank you. The other thing I want to say about the education and training, you heard the comments earlier about how we're being taught and what we're not being taught. So when you take those modules, we want you to certify them. We don't want them going to the provincial authorities for certification or universities and colleges that they own. Why? Because when they certify a training program, they control the content of what's going to be taught and how. But even more, when they certify, they determine who the instructors are going to be. And the last ones they would want to use is the elders we have for teachings that have the knowledge that we need. So whatever you do with the training modules and the training education initiatives, we want to see you certify them, not the non-Indians. And like I said, we'd encourage you to set up your own institutes right in your communities, but you can do it collectively as well through your own colleges and so on. So thank you.
So while you're enjoying your food, just want to make an announcement. As we all know, especially those of you that have sponsored one of these gatherings, it takes a lot of work, effort, time from our frontline people, and also it takes a lot of resources. So we just want to acknowledge and thank all of the people that contributed to make this conference a reality. And the main sponsors, in no particular order, are the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, in-kind assistance with coordination and planning, the Keewatin Tribal Council, Norman Boudreau Law Office, Assembly of First Nations Regional Chief Hart, TLE Committee, Treaty Land Entitlement Committee, Saking First Nation, Assembly of First Nations, I guess the main office, South Beach Casino. Those are the primary sponsors of, and of course the hosts are the primary sponsors of this gathering. And we also want to acknowledge the following: Swan Lake First Nation, Long Plain First Nation, West Region Health Services, Opeponapiwin Cree Nation, Michael Yurch Law Office, Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council, Manitoba Kiwitnoe Ogmakanak, and Expert Homes. So these are the people that sponsored and donated resources to make this gathering a reality. Let's give them a big round of applause. And for this afternoon, we've been, I mentioned them right away. I said the sponsors, of course, the hosts, the main hosts of this meeting, the chiefs and councils and their people. We really thank them a lot. And they're the ones that invited us here too, so we have to acknowledge the big sacrifice that their nations made also through their resources, their staff, whatever in kind also that they are providing for these few days. And I know it wasn't just starting yesterday, it was also the day before, and probably long after. We're on our way home from here too to do the wrap-up, clean-up, that kind of thing. And this afternoon also we've been asked by quite a few groups already. They want to be able to share some of the work that they're doing along the lines of the purpose of this gathering here, the frontline work that's happening at the home front at each nation. And I'm not going to steal their thunder, but the Muskegowuk Council are also going to be speaking to us this afternoon, sharing with us, and they're going to be making an announcement also. And also Treaty 1, I believe, they're going to be coming up and also sharing with us a proposal that they have, how they want to do some follow-up regarding this treaty work. So once again, I just want to acknowledge the three host nations here that invited all of us, and also went to a lot of, I guess it's always a lot of planning. It takes time, it takes resources, resource people, and it also actually takes time away from what they're doing at their nation's level. And so we really want to thank them. And also all the people that helped them, like all the elders that were involved in the ceremonies starting from 2 days ago. Yesterday, today, the beautiful ceremony that we all witnessed this morning, those of us that were there. Very beautiful, especially when the elders were talking and the sun was coming up. It was really special to be part of that, as Elder Crochane was saying here today. So we also want to thank again Swan Lake First Nation, Long Plain First Nation, West Region Health Services, South Beach Casino, Assembly of First Nations, Opiponapiwin Cree Nation, Michael Yurch Law Office, Saking First Nation, TLE Committee, Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council, Assembly of First Nations, AFN Regional Chief Hart, Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, with all of their coordination, planning, and all their in-kind assistance, Keewatin Tribal Council, Manitoba Keewatinoi Ogmakanak, Expert Homes, and Norman Boudreau Law Offices. And I know there's probably a lot of others that have helped in whatever way. Like, for example, yesterday when the riders came here and they brought the spirit of the horse. They've been a part of this process for many years now, and we want to acknowledge what they do. And I know also in February, which is sometimes the coldest part of the year, we know that there's a ride that takes place in South Dakota also. And I know probably some of the very same riders are part of that, so we want to acknowledge that. It's cold enough just being outside at that time of the year. And on top of that, riding through the plains down there and some of the hills and valleys that they go through, the wind, the cold, it takes a real commitment for people to do that. And also, of course, there's other people that help out in various ways, like the people that are vending here, and also like the Manitoba Treaty Relations Office, who we continue dialoguing with, and we try to work with them as much as we can, whenever we can. From time to time we get together. Usually it's in Saskatchewan, kind of middle ground. We come from Alberta. To recall a couple of times we met at Wanaskewin Park, the two treaty commissions along with our people in, on the Alberta side, Treaty 6, 7, and 8. So we continue the dialogue. And also, of course, there's our technicians. They've done an awful lot of work. And as young Marcel was saying this morning, they have documentation. If you want them to share that with you, it's available. I think they have it on their computers and also on memory sticks. But I'm sure they'd be willing to share with you an electronic copy. So feel free to approach Regina, Marcel, and the other ones that are on the committee that's been doing this work. Janice, one of our young lawyers, one of our young Indian lawyers that's been helping us out. And I believe Treaty 1 is meeting over here. And I believe Eric is going to be also meeting with them. And some of these chiefs and leaders that are here, we've known each other for many, many years. Way back then, even before the patriation of the Constitution, back in the 70s, early 80s, we worked together. The London lobby that the elder was talking about, I remember many, many leaders that were part of that process, and some are still here, and some have went to the spirit world already, and they're speaking on our behalf from over there. And then Elder Albert Taylor, as he was talking about this different issues this morning, the American Indian movement, the work at the UN. I know people like him, they started us off. Many people that we know, like Wilton Littlechild, different ones, people that the elder knows, like late Edwin Burnstick Sr. They kicked the door down at the UN for us back in 1977. And some of us came afterwards in the late 70s, and we picked up that work, and we've been carrying on the best we can since that time. Like one of the hosts here, Chief Bone, I've known him for many, many years. Just thinking about it, probably almost 40 years now, quite a few years. We were very young back then. Some of our colleagues, the people that we knew, they've left us. They're over in the spirit world now. And I have a screensaver on my computer at work, and it's from a treaty conference I attended in Okima, Oklahoma, way back in 1983. And late Chief Swan is on that picture that we took over there. And I think about that and different ones that people have heard about. Bill Means, Eric Robinson was there that time too. That time he was handsome, tall, and braids. Not like today, older. Put on a little more weight. So we're going to reconvene in a little while here. And we have taken your recommendations and comments. And this afternoon, we're going to have Regina facilitate once again. So we're going to reconvene in about 10 minutes. And it's really encouraging for a lot of us that have been in the struggle for many years to see elders like Elder Taylor, 89 years old, and he's still working. And he's still contributing very much to the dialogue and the work that's happening right now. And so it's very encouraging, and like Elder Elmer Crushane too, as he shared with us some of his thoughts and how he sees the work going forward. And then of course there's always Solomon and his wife, been doing a lot of the technical work for many, many years. Sometimes just gas money to get to where they're going, and going out there and teaching all ages, youth, children, and even people overseas. Even people in Central America, I believe, South America too, Saul? South America. So they travel. And I know their children are picking up their work too, and carrying on that tradition. So Regina's probably out having a smoke. I'd hear her laugh as she was in here. It's funny how you recognize people's laughs, the way they laugh, really distinct. But we're going to have her help us out this afternoon. She's going to facilitate or moderate this next item, discussion item that we're going to be talking about. And that's sovereignty and self-determination, restoring First Nations governments, treaty implementation, fiscal relations, and reclamation of lands and resources. Unfortunately, Joan Jack couldn't be here, but these are things anyway that Regina talked about this morning. She already mentioned a lot of these issues, so we're going to have her help us out to moderate this session. And as I mentioned, there's already different nations that are asking us to make brief presentations, and we're going to accommodate that. And that's all that's going to be happening this afternoon, is getting your input into this work that we're doing. And as Elder Crushane mentioned, time frame is very important. For example, the Governor General is going to be coming to Treaty 4 territory in 2 weeks' time. So we don't have a lot of time on some strategy that people are already working on and putting together. And then, of course, the elders also said that we shouldn't only meet once a year. So I know different ones are already thinking about that, and thinking about another get-together sometime this fall, and so on. Maybe somebody will pick it up from there, and we can have another meeting, maybe not a 3-day meeting, but at least to keep the momentum going, maybe sometime in the springtime. And then, of course, the big one that we have once each year. So maybe just keep that in mind. And while we're waiting for Regina to come back, I just want to acknowledge, I heard people here saying, where are the chiefs? As if there was none. But there are quite a few chiefs here. But they're allowing the dialogue to go on. They're sitting here listening to you. And I know at some point they'll probably make comments before our next 2 day and a half is up. And I just want to acknowledge and thank them for being here. I know the ones from my territory, so I'm going to acknowledge those ones. Chief Irvin Bull of the Louis Bull tribe is here. Irvin, Chief, can you stand up? Thank you for being here. And I know I've seen my friend Daryl somewhere, Chief of the Montana Cree Nation. Maybe he stepped out. But anyway, I just want to thank them for being here. Musqueam is very involved in a lot of the work that's going on with regard to treaty. They had treaty talks here not too long ago, and they want to keep that going as an annual event. And it's usually a whole week, 4 or 5 days. I guess 5 days with the ceremonial day. And then they have it during the week, and they involve youth, children, and it's really good that they continue to do that. Also, another one of our chiefs that I saw here, she might have stepped out too, Brenda Jolly from the Kihiwan Cree Nation. She also made the journey. And then, of course, from Treaty 7 is my friend, Chief Vincent, Yellow Old Woman, is here from Siksika. And he spoke earlier today. Vincent, Chief. Yeah, I'm just acknowledging the chiefs, and thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you so much. And then some of the council and elders and different ones also made the journey. And I know I saw people from Treaty 8 here earlier. There's people here from Treaty 8. I don't believe any of the chiefs are here from Treaty 8. I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, one chief here. I'll get her name as soon as I get a chance here, but thank you for being here, Chief. Okay, it's now 1:30, so we're going to reconvene. We still have the afternoon agenda to deal with, and I think this is going to be not to take away from the presentations, but some of it is new information, some of it is just reminding us of where we've come. the struggles that we went through, the challenges that we have today, and also some ideas on how we proceed from here. And so thank the speakers, but now we get down to the kind of the nitty-gritty of why we're here, and that's input from you as people from the nations, an opportunity for you to get up and to have further input. So maybe if Treaty 1 is finished, if you're done your deliberations, I believe one of the chiefs from the territory, along with Eric, are going to be just sharing with us some information of what they're proposing to keep the momentum going, and also in preparation for Treaty 4 and their gathering. And from what I'm hearing, and they'll tell us about this, Treaty 4 is going to be sharing some of their time at their gathering with Treaties 1 to 11. But that's how my brother is. Just when you need him, he disappears. He seems to do that all the time. But so just kind of waiting for Regina. Oh, I see Jean running out to get her mom.
Just come to give my friend Ron a break and take the microphone away from him. After all these years of knowing him, he does a good job for us. I want to thank him and Dennis for being part of this table over the quite a number of years. So thank you on behalf of those of us that take part in trying to do something about our situations. I want to thank Peguis, so Mr. McCorrister, that brought original tobacco from their community and gave it to the Grand Chief. Well, I believe it was yesterday that took place. And we've taken that tobacco. It's a big tin of tobacco, so we're trying to smoke it up ourselves. Or we're trying not to. But we've taken it to the elder at the firekeeper, our friend AJ, and we'll use it at the pipe ceremony and at the fire. And I believe his partner Patricia is going to help bag some of that tobacco, so some of us can get samples to see how it tastes and see we'll phone Peguis for more. But I want to thank those people from Peguis that brought that tobacco for us, and it'll be used starting today into tomorrow. Right? So all we should have at the end of tomorrow is an empty can, right? Okay. I also want to thank all the people that just helping Ron put the camp together for us outside, and thank West Region Child Family for the big teepee, but we didn't have to use it. It's no rain yet, eh? Unless it gets too hot and you want to go and sit outside, you can sit in that shade too. So that's why we brought it along. And this time the city of Brandon and this entity here, this company helped us with getting the gathering, all of our traditional practices right outside here at the Keystone Center. I think they heard of our story last time when we got together. We burnt the field down, I think, down across the road. Eh? later on, even AJ's tent, I think, or no, his cabin is just about burnt right on site. And Regina's truck, there's a few vehicles. It was a good thing that wind was strong enough to sweep that fire right underneath the vehicles, and there hasn't been any civil lawsuits on us. But that fire burnt right to the edge of the property in a southeast direction, so we were always trying to understand what was the meaning of all that. But I thought I'd share that story. So the city here said, okay, well, we can come into town, I guess. They were with us at the beginning to make sure we had the fire pit set up and where we're going to have the fire going. They even brought us a screen so that no sparks will blow. But that's some of the new rules, I guess, with urban living that goes along with all of this. But I wanted to share that with you. So it's the other thing I wanted to share with you is the pipe itself, the pipe ceremony itself. Is several years back, I think it was on the 7th gathering, I think is when the elders of Calgary in that Sutina, is it? Yeah, were the ones that offered and had a vision about the pipe, and they created a pipe. And the strangest thing that happened to me is one of the participants, as I was on the way to go and up to the meeting in Calgary, and prior to that, a couple weeks prior to that, I was struggling at home trying to figure out how to write a memo to all of this, and ask somebody for permission to allow it to come to our territory, Treaty 2 territory, before we burnt it. I went there, and a week before that, as I had this dream, and I'm a really practical person, growing up like that, but I had this dream of a pipe, and I was telling my wife about it then when I woke up that morning, and she says, well, you better go to this meeting. She said, you better go. I said, well, what'll I take? I said, well, don't take anything except your clothes. That makes me your change of clothes. I said, okay, and tobacco, so we went to. And I attended this gathering, and they were having it downtown. There was 2 locations. There was an original site alongside on the reserve, just outside of Calgary there. And the business meeting was happening downtown. And still thinking, because I was colonized. We're all colonized, and thinking about looking for a memo. Who am I going to help? I was trying to catch one of the technicians to help me with a memo to walk into this place so I can invite everybody. And as I mentioned when I walked in there that I wanted to invite the gathering to Treaty 2, I was quickly ushered out of the room. And I thought, oh my, did I go to the wrong place? Yes, I did kind of go to the wrong place. Where I was taken and shown was that the traditional practice was taking the tobacco and the prince to the elders of the hosts. And AJ, which I now learned is Uncle AJ, took me to the elders and made the presentation there, and talked about the dream about the pipe. And I didn't know that they were having this vision exercise about the pipe that they'd created to somehow to move it to the Treaty 1 to 11 table. And when we put the 2 stories together, the story that came out that unfolded was the timing was right. It was the 7th meeting, I believe it was. Like imagine the 7 principles. So the 7th meeting took place, and what they were saying was that it's a time for us not to be ashamed of our culture, ashamed of our pipe. It's time for us to bring it out into the open. It's time for us to share it with the different tribal groups or the different entities that are hosting this gathering, and they'll take the pipe, and they'll have the pipe, and they'll use the pipe. And that's what took place at that time. They also made the stem was quite long. And me, I was used, we kind of grew up with not having an escabewis all the time. So I was wondering, how am I going to light this pipe? And then I learned right away, you need helpers. that was part of the other teaching with it too. So. But AJ helped me with all of that, and we brought the treaty pipe, the 1 to 11 pipe, and we took it to a Sundance at Wewesikapo that spring when it started, and we did the blessing. They got the blessing there. I also danced with it 7 times around our powwow, even at that gathering, because I'm learning that sometimes it's not just a recreational place, but it's also some spiritual stuff happens there. Right? So to display the pipe in the open, I went to our powwow and took the pipe and danced with it 7 times around. I'm not suggesting that that's what you have to do when you're taking it over. I'm saying whatever it teaches you what to do when you have the pipe. Right? So, and I think you learn that as you're going along. But I wanted to share that story with you as part of this whole movement that has taken not simply a kind of like a small p political life over the 10 to 12 years, and it's longer than that actually, but there's also a movement of the way we do our original lifestyle along with a pipe. And we start all these gatherings with a ceremony according to the protocols of your community. And we bring our pipes together. We're invited to bring our pipes together and smoke them every morning, sanctioning, blessing the day. I always say giving approval as to what our words are going to be here at these gatherings. Right? That's how strong the pipe is. One more piece. Okay, sorry, Regina, I'm taking your time. Just okay. One more piece. I was buying time for her. I'll give her a cigarette and she'll go and have a smoke. With the pipe, and one of my uncles, he's here too, was sharing this question about nations. We have that recurring question: who's the nations? What nation? Is it a tribal nation? Is it a reserve, or is it a group of reserves, or is it all the Cree and is one nation, all the Dakota and all the Ojibwe and all the like that? Eh? And it took us a while to come up because a young man asked us at an elders meeting, how do I answer that question? He said, how do I explain that? And the way that I learned it is that we are a league of nations within all of our territories of North America. Eh? When we come together in the morning, we've learned that we're doing all the same actions, even over from different tribes and different locations. And we're recognizing our Creator all the same way. And I saw it this morning. That gives you the status as one nation. And that's what I learned from my uncle. Miigwech Harry. But that's, so if you're struggling with that, so in the mornings when we get together and we smoke pipe together and we pray together, that's where we are as one nation. So we're not a scrambled hodgepodge of nomadic people the way the Munya likes to talk about us. Eh? We are many tribes of communities, and when we come together, we are that nation. But I want to tell that story just to suggest that as a possible answer in going forward as to who is the nation. And it's all of us, of the different tribes in North America.
Thank you, Chief, for your sharing your vision and the origin, explaining the origin of the treaty pipe. This morning we've heard from Regina everything you wanted to know about treaty and the fiscal relationship the land, the people, and even going beyond, away from treaty and into the legislation of government, particularly the Indian Act, and how it has usurped or taken away our authority. And it was done in such a way that the government forced their own laws on our people, and they totally took control. And it's one of the problems, the major problems that are impacting our communities, and a problem that we know that needs to change. And as such, that is why that we continue to have these treaty gatherings. And we were supposed to, I believe we were going to receive a presentation from my brother, Eric Tertusis, and he has a proxy letter, and he's been given a message. And he was jointly presenting with Chief Clear Sky. So we'll wait for that just as soon as they're ready. And the floor is yours now to continue on with the dialogue that we started this morning and in fact yesterday. We call on you now to provide us with more detailed information. Microphone number 4, please. And I'm going to call on Regina now. I'm going to abdicate the chair and leave the chair to Regina. And she's not, we're not calling on Regina to answer the questions, but more or less to continue with the dialogue. Okay? This is not a Q&A, but a time to plan. All right.
Thank you. Yeah, this morning I asked for your input as to a plan, to develop a plan on how we're going to move forward. Because hopefully we can have a plan of action tomorrow, which can be approved by this assembly, and then we take it home and give it to our peoples and get it approved by our respective governments, our indigenous governments, our Treaty First Nation governments, and then continue. And it's been suggested that okay. It's been suggested that we have other meetings, because once you develop a plan, then you've got to keep moving and implement that plan. And somehow we're going to need at the end to meet with Canada, with Justin Trudeau and his people, and address how we want to implement our treaties. So I just wanted to state that. Okay, I think this gentleman here, can you give your names and 5 minutes to present your document? And can I ask the technicians, please take the notes. And yesterday's meeting, we only had Alberta technicians, but we had representatives from the other treaty areas. But we need technicians to develop this work plan based on your comments. Okay, please.
Okay. Miigwechin dikit gakananis na bek bijae kama miigwechin dikit kwayog nukaminanek niga ki doat nongom gegera niswe nukaminanek abnu jiok nigan mi je pamat siwen Nigan. Abnu Jiok, Onisitutam Mije. Benu Jiok, Nisitutam. Opaganug Mije. Gishpin Abnu Jiok. Kandam. Mije Minose, Nungum, daso gijig. Gebe wapamut. Nishna bek. We pamatsi win. Mije treaties, that's what they're based on. Gishpena Benujok, Nisudutam, Oeonje, Bejgun, Nungum. I'll explain what I was talking about to some of the people that didn't understand. Gabapama Chako Dijan Gaz, where Bishkima Ko Dino e Magna, a Kenin in the Shnabe. If we can understand and show our children where we came from when those treaties were signed, if they can understand that first, it'll help them. It'll help them every day. When those treaties were signed, they were using the pipes, just like we were today and yesterday. They're tied into the sun, the thunderbird, the mountains, and the wind. That's what those four directions are, and they're also tied to our life cycle here, and where we created from our father, Osima. We need to put more of an effort into showing our children that side of their life, their spirit side. We have to walk in balance with those two things these days. I was debating whether or not to come and talk today, and I figured, well, what help am I being if I don't voice my opinion and what I've seen and experienced over the years? And I had to go find my language myself. I couldn't learn it from a book or in the school. We have a long-running, they call it Ojibwe. They don't even call it Anishinaabe. There's a long-running program in our community, yet we have no speakers. Some of those things we have to look at and recognize. And recognize the stages that people go through in their life. When they're looking for something, they'll find it. 4 years ago, I knew how to say miigwech. That's it. It's when I started to look for myself and where I come from. It's just like it was built in, it's already there. So my message, I guess, is to put more emphasis on that side of our life. We can talk all we want about legislation and dollars and contribution agreements, but there's other important things that we have to consider that are just as important. That to me is what my sovereignty is, I guess. I had to go find it because it was taken away. now I have to pass it on.
Yes.
That's the cycle, I guess. I want to. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. That is excellent because our languages are key to our identity. And as you know, when we speak our language, we have it's more meaningful than using the English language, which is not ours. And we have to teach that to our children so they know who they are. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Mike. I think we're here, then there, and back to over here. I was trying to put numbers on the mics so I can say mic 3, mic 2, whatever. So, no, I think, who was ahead? Chief? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Chief. Chief Bull.
Hello. Niganet on tatamskad na agakio. Minoguta kapento gemochik. Stam gamam skota mahom. Tanaya. Stein mam taneta megon. Dan somo tohtske totama. Chief Irvin Bull from Kisputnak, Musquatchees. When we were in Niagara, we had quite a heated debate with the Manitoba chiefs regarding, the Indian Act. And our stand at the time was, we got to prepare ourselves. We can't just say abolish it. We need a plan in place. And yesterday, listening to Saul Sanderson, with what he presented, as well as with what Regina presented this morning, it points out that we do need a plan. And it's not going to be overnight. For me, with Niagara, in our meetings, it opened my eyes as what some of the speakers spoke earlier was a wake-up call. To once again talk about this Indian Act. For me, back home, we started working on our own paper, our own constitution. Because what if this went in place? What are we going to have there? What are we going to have for our people? We started that back in 95, I do believe, 96. And like a lot of our documents, they end up being put on a shelf, collecting dust. But this gave us an opportunity to once again wipe that dust off and for us to finish what was started by our elders. Talks about not natural law, creator's laws. So to try and have something in place for our people, for our members, our citizens, instead of that document that was created by our guests. But I wanted to say, I'm glad I came here. Initially, when we talked about this meeting, we were going to talk, it was just going to be the chiefs. Because sometimes we know what happens. But as you see, Not too many chiefs showed up. Now, sometimes I question that. And, you know, it's hard for me to talk, what to say, where Treaty 6 stand. What is our plan? There's 43 chiefs in Alberta. You know, I can't speak on their behalf. Treaty 6, there's 18. I can't speak on their behalf. But what I will do, and what I've done, was talk to our Grand Chief for Treaty 6. And he told me, you know, our INAC is approving 2 of our AOTC meetings for Alberta region. And this is where we can bring this forward to see what kind of plan, see what the other chiefs have in mind. But as I said, you know, I'm glad because as what was stated, it is a wake-up call for us to create our own constitution, if that's what we'll call it. Canada has created one. What have we created? Now, it's going to take a while. But somehow we have to, I guess the chiefs have to assign delegates, whether it's one from each treaty area, to go out and to do that follow-up. What is each treaty area doing in this matter? Even with the treaty implementation, I was going over it, reviewing what work has been done. But there's a lot of questions in there. Who's going to do the work? And I think that's pretty well where that ended. So I think if the chiefs can get together to assign or put a budget to this for people to put something together that we can go by when we ask for the funding or demand the funding based on treaty. But, you know, I want to thank everyone for being here. Fortunately, I have to excuse myself. I have a long drive ahead of me. So enjoy the meetings, the rest of the meetings, and maybe I'll run into some of you, if not all of you, in the near future. Exit.
Thank you, Chief. I want to thank you for your participation. Before we continue, he's made some suggestions, and I know the other evening, AJ had suggested that we need to reappoint a spokesperson, and he did also talked about one from each treaty area. We had tried to do this before, and it failed. It died down. So we need to reinstate that again and get this moving. And I'd like to acknowledge some of our chiefs from Treaty 8 from the Alberta region. Chief Bernadette Sharp, welcome. Chief James Aluk, welcome. And also we have Chief Stan Greer from Piikani, Treaty 7, welcome. And we had Chief Brenda Jolly too from Treaty 6, welcome. And other chiefs, I don't know if there are any other chiefs, but we sure appreciate the chiefs being present here with us to hear the discussions. Okay, we have mark number 2, and then we go to you, Wes, I think. Number 2.
Hai, ma ne aik sakatat and se staway tax aik sag and yote.
Go ahead.
Hai, na nash kamau kuhtaw in og seman to itep epe nachipai huan kiksewat sunwao utuma kio au kaneo yo ai sini we komuta nimbistik na nash kamon stahek ki goy kap mise nachipai hue gan magap chimi kiksep kap pihtoik Huspogan kam chimi atai itaka ki takup takuhtawi no we assure Anma uyashun kagi apata ispi kagi sihta kagi shama kingatik ashutamatu. I just like to thank our Father in regards to borrowing the international language of communication, the English language, for us to understand each other internationally and nationally. In borrowing that language, sometimes I do not understand myself when I speak English, and sometimes we get lost when we use the English language. But the commonness of our people in regards to the law that has been wrapped around the peace pipe, the ceremonial pipe, and the lodges, I thank Chief Summer Bear for committing some of the duties that are necessary to be able to fulfill what he is required to do on behalf of his people and the law lodge of the Sundance. One of the things that we need to understand the English language, sometimes we say things and we do things that are not right, and we need to start reflecting the nation here. The nation needs to be discussed, and it needs to be talked about as to how we are to be acknowledged as a nation internationally. And as a nation, it was suggested that the different tribes are all of the same, and the different tribes that have come together to form the nation. And that needs to be recognized as a Nauyo nation of Turtle Island, north of the 49th parallel. And we need to talk more about the nation rather than a treaty. We always say we are treaty nations. We are tribes of Cree, we are tribes of Woods people, of Prairie people, of Muskeg people. We are tribes of the Blackfoot. We are tribes of the Huron, the Mohawk, and all the tribes across this Turtle Island. And we have to start talking about the tribes and the Nauyo Nation law. That was used by those tribes that gave a sacred assent to the treaty. When we talk about disengagement is different from abolishment. It's got to be understood that the chief and councils of the reserve lands must disengage themselves from the Indian Act. That was not what was sacredly assented. That was not part of the constitutional law, giving directives to our chief and councils of reserves to engage themselves in a foreign government's constitution, in their Indian Act. But when the Crown came over in regards to promising the enforcement of the implementation in regards to administering what they agreed upon. And the administering of that Indian Act is based upon the constitutional law of the Navajo Nation. It's our constitutional law that gave them permission as to what their Indian Act was supposed to achieve and how their commitments, their intent, and the spirit of the Indian Act, of what they were going to implement, the Department of Indian Affairs, the Red Coat, education, Medicare. Those were the basis of how we tied them into our constitutional law to be enforceable, not implemented as if you were making a declaration that's something new. When you talk about the declaration, it's already incorporated under your Navajo living constitutional law. Canada is already bonded by that constitutional law, the Navajo living constitutional law. So these Indian Act chief and councils, they're not Indian Act chief and councils. They're always part of the Navajo living constitutional law. When the Crown suggested that we set aside land, reserve land exclusively for ourselves, we gave it a sacred assent under our constitutional law. And that these chief and councils they are the exclusive jurisdiction belongs to those chief and councils of the reserve, but under the Navajo Nation Constitution. But in regards to the tribes, these chief and councils of reserves must recognize their tribal leaders. Those tribes that form the Navajo Nation of Turtle Island that need to say to the government of Canada that this is our country, this is our land, these are our resources. This is what the Constitution is about, the Navajo Living Constitution. Just because they repatriated their constitution in 1982 doesn't mean they become a successor state. Doesn't mean they become a state. When an elder said free, prior, and informed consent, that didn't happen. The Navajo Nation at this time is not visible, and I think that's what's being attempted here, is to make it become visible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I hope you all took that notes down. I'm sorry, Wes, I think Chief Bone was next, and then you. Okay. You from up here to down there? You should stay up here. You're doing a good job here.
I wanted to thank the previous speaker. I'm going to cut my discussion quite short then.
I'm sorry, it's 5 minutes.
Okay. Just to, I'll have to put my chief hat on. I'm trying to figure which one.
Chief's hat.
I'm also, after being in the business for close to 30 years, and you operate from both of the worlds. So if I think and operate as our original nation, using my language, I'm glad I can still do that and I can be that way. But the right-hand side of me, the other side of me, which is the Indian Act chief, that I have to spend some time with, I'm glad I don't have to take any pills for this. But what I wanted to point out here is one of the difficulties we've had, and I think the last speaker was pointing towards it at the end of his comments, is that as chiefs, half of our responsibility as being that administrator for the Minister of Indian Affairs in the department and that legislation, which we call the Indian Act. So I've been handcuffed to that department of Canada, within Canada, to the point where if somebody's raising matters about the traditional territory, let's say about the pipeline, I can't go there, even though if it's within a Treaty 2 territory, because my ability is only 80 kilometers as a radius, they say, from the site where the objective is. You see what I'm getting at? Is that we've been restricted as chiefs under the Indian Act, and we play those administrators ourselves along with our councils. And we all know that job. Many of us have taken on that job as chiefs and councillors. And we play and administer the various programs, which mine, by the way, are supposed to be open to Canada anyways and to everybody within it. But we've been restricted to the point of where if I want to do something, for example, I want to build 5, 6 houses, I got to get a co-signer, so I got to go and see the Minister of Indian Affairs. And that's the difficult system that we've been living with since the Indian Act was imposed upon us when we got to the reserves. And that's the Indian Act that limits us as to how far we can function outside of the reserve, within a general radius of your reserve. But if I get together with the Treaty 2 chiefs, if I get on that side, then we can govern the total treaty territory. And that's where we have to go and remain at that table. In abolishing or disengaging the Indian Act, my thoughts on this, and I'll just think out loud on this, is this: if we just disengage and we leave it there, I'll put it on a table like that. I'll put a document on a table like that. If we leave it there and we don't say anything about it, or we don't lobby to get it abolished, it's always going to be there. So just in case I bugger up as a leader down the road in 20, 30, 40 years, whenever the generation comes in, Canada can pull out the Indian Act and pull reins on us and say, hey, wait a minute, you better get back to the reserve. You got a reserve to govern. That's how strong the Indian Act is. I don't think we should go forward in simply trying to bury the Indian Act under legislation or different kinds of policies or different kinds of arrangements. That's the point I'm trying to make. I think that we have to remove or find a way of removing the Indian Act as we're going forward so that we're not handcuffed to a document that's someplace in a pile. Because that's what can happen here. If you don't never get rid of it, it'll always be there. And if Canada decides to enforce whatever activity on us, that's what they'll look for. That's what they'll dig for. They'll dig for the Indian Act. And they'll say, and they'll, to all of the chiefs or councillors that have to operate by it, and they'll use that to enforce their will continually on us. So, my recommendation would be to that is that we work towards finding a way to eliminate that in a going forward way. The work that we've done at the AMC table and at the AFN table and now into here is to begin this whole official exercise, and we're doing it. And what I recommend is that we formalize that continually when we're going ahead. One other recommendation I want to simply make is this, is that I know somebody mentioned here, well, we don't want to create just another corporate vehicle, but I strongly think that that's one of the things that we should put on the table for ourselves. Create a Treaty 1 to 11 organization with an open door to some of those other treaty areas that want to join it. We'll incorporate it just like any other organization within Canada. Canada knows corporations. And we all, we condemn AFN every once in a while about that. Eh? But that's what Canada recognizes. And I say we make up a super hot rod 4x4 organization, a vehicle that'll get us to the table. Whenever Canada's going to talk to Indians, they will have to call that organization or call us through that vehicle to come to the table. I'm not saying that's our ultimate answer. I'm saying that's just the vehicle that we use to get the attention of Canada, not simply just AFN or the Congress or the other entities that they want to recognize. But we become that next entity in Canada that has to be at the table. If they're going to talk about oil and gas, whatever it is they're going to talk about, they will have to have us at the table through that vehicle. Why am I suggesting that? Several years ago, we were having a rights discussion over at the AFN table and realized they couldn't go into that kind of a discussion because they couldn't be right enough to talk about rights. And we couldn't get our objectives discussed there. We wanted to go and talk more about treaty. And they said they couldn't. So we withdrew from AFN as a community and as a council and as an organization of people. We withdrew from AFN. And after that time, I've snuck into every meeting to go to AFN, just for the information purposes, to keep in tune as to what's going on at the national level. But here's what happened. The Kelowna Accord was being called at that time, and there was a big meeting happening in Kelowna. We went as a separate entity. He's going on Ojibwe, Ngijamin yet nakke. To do all of our stuff there, to talk about our issues. And we weren't allowed into the meeting. Canada was there with the Métis, the Congress, I believe, who else was it? The AFN. There was the 5 groups, anyways, the 5 major groups. And I tried to get in the door, was escorted out the door, by the way, because they would not recognize Kiskon Ojibwe as a separate entity. So I'm trying to find a place where I can voice this. This is one of the reasons why I'm suggesting we have a vehicle called Treaty 1 to 11. But that's what happened at that time. And here's the funny thing. So I went outside along with a couple of my band members. I think they're here. But we went outside and said, okay, well, I guess we'll have to join the protesters, right? So the radio was interviewing everybody, so off we go. Where are they getting organized? At the Friendship Center. We go to the Friendship Center and say, okay, they're getting ready, and everybody's introduced themselves. And didn't realize that they were also protesting against Indian Act Chief and Councils. Right?
Well,
So
that
we
was
walked in.
Arthur Manuel's group.
Yes.
I was there.
So yeah, we walked in. He understood actually our predicament anyway, so we were allowed to protest with the group anyway. So, but that's the irony of what I'm, in a real practical way, and what I'm bringing to this table. If you did that as a separate band or a group of bands, Canada's not going to officially recognize you. So I'm suggesting that we create at least a vehicle as an interim step. Treaty 1 to 11, 4x4, I don't know what you want to call it, 1 to 11, about an organization or an entity that would do some of that work and making sure that we're at the table. Also, being able to create an office that will do and coordinate all of this information that we have here from the past 12 meetings, helping us put that together.
Okay,
But I thought I would just read that.
Thank you very much, Chief. So you talked about the fiscal arrangement, a new fiscal arrangement. You're in support of that. So we go outside the policies of the Minister of Indian Affairs in terms of CAs and their funding arrangements that are far too short to meet the the responsibilities for the treaties, and you talk about the government-to-government discussions between the treaties and Canada, and then created an office and a vehicle for us. And yes, he's correct. I was in Kelowna as well. And I went to try and join the protesters because Chief Big Plume and I went, and we were not allowed. Finally, Chief Big Plume was allowed to go into that discussion because it was just the national organizations and the provinces in Canada. We were able to go in, but only under the invite of Ralph Klein, who was Premier of Alberta at the time, but he wasn't allowed to say anything. So we do need a vehicle for Treaties 1 to 11, and we need to address our issues. Thank you. Wes?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wes George. I'm from Mo-Chapways Nation in Treaty 4. I'd like to thank everybody for attending, as well as for the prayers and the previous presenters and chiefs that have something to say here in terms of providing direction on where we go next. The Mo-Chapways Nation is proud to make a presentation on the basis that we have our own internal discussions and developments happening that feed into the larger process of helping Canada develop the nation to nation, however they feel or not, how they see it. We see some problems with how it's developing. And we wanted to add to the discussions in terms of how we can make some recommendations. But first I wanted to talk about what we're noticing across the land here in terms of the federal government. I attended most of the international meetings in Geneva and New York and heard Canada's statements right directly. And even the day previous, they made a presentation at the Niagara, and they told, one of the comments that came out of there was the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was unworkable. And then at that same, or at the meeting in New York, they said that they're going to implement without qualifications. So you have two different messages being sent out to the world and internally. And we need to nail that down in terms of what is it that you're looking for. Because right now, the TRC and the implementation of the UN DRIP is a made-in-Canada approach. It's not, it fails the international standards of TRCs, as well as the full impact and the full application of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And if we don't start doing our own internal organization and developments at home, we're going to have that made-in-Canada approach, and then we're going to be back here complaining about all of those things that didn't happen and the way that we should. So what we're talking about is that on the Mo-Chapways instance, what we've done is we've established a law development group who are here with me, and that's Charles Pratt, Wes Bear, Denise Bowden, Petra Belanger, and Louis Kenny. And in our law development, what we've done is we've talked about the international standards, we've talked about international law, we've talked about how our sovereignty is covered and protected by that. So we've brought those things home and give them a home and included them into our Constitution. So Mo-Chapways Nation has a Constitution that's almost 2 years old now. And out of that Constitution, we've developed various laws, including a finance, home occupancy, and land law. And the other laws are being in discussion phases right now. But what has that allowed us to do? Number one is we talk sovereignty, but we don't claim it. That's one thing that we have to do, is to claim sovereignty. But the next step from that is to exercise sovereignty in our lawmaking, on our lands, on our people, on our on everything that we do. So we have to understand that there are certain elements in terms of sovereignty. We just can't talk about it. We have to start doing and walking the talk, so to speak. So that's what we did in terms of that. The other aspect is that the UN Declaration, how does that fit into this whole discussion? Well, we had our own internal discussions about it and talked about how do you give it a home? It's out there. Yes, it's out there, but how do you bring it home? How do you make it yours? And we thought we had a lot of extensive, exhausting discussions on how to do that. A lot of learning curves had to be established and made, and full discussions, long hours of that. But we got to the point of developing our Constitution, and our Constitution is, as we proclaim, our supreme law. And that our supreme law means that our council is subject to that law, and our chief are subject to that law. So that's what we've done. We've told Canada, this is our statement of sovereignty, and I think that would be one of the things that we have to come up with, is a statement of sovereignty here. Secondly is that the internal developments have to happen at home. In order for that nation-to-nation relationship, you have to have your own house in order first before you can tell Canada how you're going to do things, before how they're going to do things for us. If we don't have these things in order, then they're going to fill that void for us, and that sort of thing. And then it's a made-in-Canada approach, and that's one thing that we're not in favor of. The other thing, too, is expanding on how do you apply free, prior, and informed consent, which is a fundamental principle of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We developed a policy that indicates and mentions and tells how our council is to make decisions. Decision-making that involves not a vote, but follows a consent process. So that way everybody is on the same page, everybody's in agreement, and that sort of thing. So that way we can achieve more and do more, but also to allowing the people to be part of the decision-making with our government. The other aspect is strategic planning. We've been in that process for a number of years. We talked about education, political governance, economic development, and so forth and so on how we're going to achieve our 10-year master plan. And in that sense, one of the areas that we've talked about is in terms of the political, how do we shape our intergovernmental relations with Canada? Now, that's one of the things that we have to do on an external basis, is identify those opportunities and those areas that have not been previously discussed or have been discussed but not developed. So we need to talk about those things. Fiscal relations, and I hear Saul Sanderson's presentation time and time again, and we're getting to that point where now we want to start developing a fiscal relations department, a fiscal relations process, a fiscal relations funding relationship. So we need to get to that point as well, to have our whole set of governance laws and policies be recognized and implemented, but not only implemented, enforced. Okay, just one final one. The other aspect is on the international scene. We need to talk about genocide. Genocide in such a big way that, or in such a way that we need to keep that as a priority area, because that's what Canada is doing to us, is genocide. And we cannot devalue that term any longer. It has to be in its full frontal impact that it represents. Genocide is what the Indian Act is about. It's creating harm on people, and that's what we've been attempting to do. So from development stage to implementation to enforcement. We want to follow those steps. I think that's how we have to look at this process from an internal, external, and international way. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. And can you come back to our technicians meeting so we can all incorporate that?
Yes, thank you.
And I just, when he was talking about the international work, I forgot to mention this morning that Sharon Venn has been going to the UN, and she's worked there for several years now. And Wes has been there, Chief Wilton Littlechild has been there, and others have been there. And with respect to our treaties, and Canada is signatory to the human rights conventions at the UN, and we have human rights. And also there's the committee, it's called CERD, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination is there, and Sharon met with them over the last summer, and Mr. Amir, at the time has to be set, he's prepared to come and witness any discussions that the treaty peoples may have with the state of Canada on how we're going to proceed. So we need to get all this work internally, externally, implementation, enforcement, and get it moving so they can look at these, witness those discussions, because Canada is signatory to those human rights conventions. So a lot of work is done at the international level, national level, and we need to do our homework within our territories, within our res. I think you were next, and then Treaty 3.
Abaju, do them and Onyx, and Guabegin Disnikas, Benassi, do them and Agonish, to the Octuja. I get up to the Shin Manongam Gagi movie out Chanishnabe. Wagi gaining Unad de Bajum. Friends, relatives, I just wanted to acknowledge all of you that are here today, our people from across the land. Yesterday was a great day. Interesting and powerful speeches were made here. It reminded me of when I was a child 14 years ago, just down the street over here. I was listening to a gentleman by the name of Philip Deere, who's long since gone to the spirit world. But his words, they've never left me. I've always reminded of him every now and then. I'm the current chief of Long Plain First Nation. I've been involved in Long Plain politics since 1988. I've been in office for about 20 years, 14 as chief. And one of the things that, and previous chiefs before me, we've always worked towards trying to strengthen the Treaty 1, bind the Treaty 1, and we're still doing that. We're still working on that. We're still not quite there yet. But just some observations in the political world as watched over the years. With the advent of tribal councils, I noticed this, we talk about the nation to nation with relationship with the Crown. But what I've noticed over the years is that all the organizations, the provincial organizations that are based, provincially based, for example, Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, BC Union of Chiefs, Saskatchewan Federation of Indigenous Nations. So we all bought into these provincial boundary lines. And the other thing I noticed is the tribal councils in the 1970s when they were first created. You notice that pretty much 100% of those tribal councils, if you put a map and pose them on to the treaty areas, they're not within they cross the boundaries, the treaty boundaries. Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council, Southeast Resource Development Council, all of them do. They pretty much do not match up with the treaties themselves in terms of geography. So that's one of the things that I've discussed, I've mentioned a few times. Well, why don't we work towards deconstructing the tribal councils and then building up the treaty based on your treaty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's what I've, not to put people out of work, but just somehow figured the transfer of that and to go on the treaty lines. There's a lot of work to be done. In the Treaty 1 territory, for example, in southern Manitoba here, we have a number of different energy projects cascading through the Treaty 1 territory. But our First Nations, our reserves, we have different positions on them that are sometimes not in line with each other. I've been always trying to push hard for a Treaty 1 position on how we address those matters, but we have not been able to achieve that. So I'm hoping that we can get there someday, because I really believe in Wabang Our Tomorrows, and I believe the message through that very sacred work is important for us to try and achieve. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for. And I have to acknowledge the Treaty 1 chiefs here today. There's 6 of them here out of the 7 Treaty 1 bands. And there's also 1 council member from the other First Nations. So we have full political representation here from Treaty 1. So I want to acknowledge our Treaty 1 chiefs. I'm an optimist. I believe in good, strong, hard work. We'll get our people places. I know there's a lot of challenges. I see that in my own community. I've been there also too. I've been faced personal struggles, family struggles. I continue to face family struggles and community challenges, community struggles. So I think we all have that thread we share right across the country. But there is a lot of promise and a lot of hope, as we have heard yesterday from a very moving speaker, Colby Tatusis. Just loved what I had to hear from that young man. So proud of him. And I think going forward, just touching on Chief Bone's comments about organizing Treaty 1 to 11, and having, I think, maybe going forward, having the Treaty 1 and to 11 spokespersons meet on a quarterly basis. Because I know we have all these organizations. Sometimes we're just overlapping. We're doing a lot of different things. But I think the treaty-based positions are the most important. I've heard that from successive chiefs at Long Plain over the years. The elders, the treaty is paramount. It's the most important that we have to our hearts and our minds and our bodies as Anishinaabe people. So I think that's what we need to push hard on that. I don't like the Indian Act either. I've read the Indian Act when I was a young man, from the beginning to the end, back, forth, and every now and then touch on different portions of that Indian Act. And that Indian Act and the reservation system, in my opinion, was designed on the British and French feudal systems prior, during the early part of the century, in the 1800s, when the fathers of Confederation, this is what they were looking for, is a feudal system of governance that they've imposed on our people. Because Anishinaabe people were, in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and even one in BC. But, so we're stretched right across there, and we go by many different names as Anishinaabe people. Menominee, Potawatomi, Ottawa, Chippewa, Kickapoo, Sauk and Fox, Shawnee, all Anishinaabe-speaking people. Our young people, many of them are not aware of this. This is the kind of repatriating our history, our customs, our traditions, and our language. When I was a young man, just like that gentleman that spoke, a few speakers before me, about his Anishinaabe language. Shumis nuku gikanamago ani Anishinaabe dom gegago giyunitunia. So I just wanted to share that with you, that I myself too wasn't a very fluent Ojibwe speaker as a young man and teenager. But over the years, I've learned to listen to the elders, through different venues and different events and different ceremonies that I've attended over the years, and imitate to learn. The dialect's sometimes a little bit different, but it's all really the same. So I've been able to embrace that, and I continue to learn that. So that's what's also very important, to repatriate the customs and traditions and to ingrain them back who we are as Anishinaabe people. But also to have the tolerance also to accept in our First Nation communities different faiths that are present in our communities, to work towards accepting that, as long as we're walking hand in hand and in partnership. So that, to me, that's important. So those are some things I just wanted to share with you. I think going forward, there's a lot of work to be done, and our commitment at Long Plain to the Treaty 1 to 11 gatherings will be there. Also to the Treaty 1, our chiefs of Treaty 1, and just to encourage our chiefs of Treaty 1 that we do need to create that Treaty 1 government. We can't afford not to come together as a Treaty 1 government. We really have to embrace that and go forward, because we have over 34,000 members in our communities within the Treaty 1. When I first got elected into office in 1988, there was 1,200 members in Long Plain. Today, there's 4,300. So that's quite a growth in terms of demographics. The other thing I believe in, and this reserve system, I don't buy into that. I don't believe that's what our grandfathers and grandmothers had intended when these reserve systems and Indian Act legislation was first imposed on us through the generations. I do not believe in that. I reject that 100%. What I do believe in for the future, it may not happen in my lifetime, is the Treaty 1 bands and all the Ojibwe bands, Anishinaabe bands, do bind themselves, because you can, as citizens of Ojibwe, of our nation, because we are a sovereign nation within a sovereign state. That's been a clear message also too. But we've become territorial. Every First Nation, we become very territorial, and that's, I think, to us, to many of us, a detriment to who we are as Anishinaabe people, on terms of the land, the reserves. You're not from here. You can go back to your own reserve, go find your own job over there. Now that's being said to a lot of people that come to Long Plain that have formed common union in my First Nation. I reject that because those people that are there, that are working, that may have not transferred yet into Long Plain, are supporting a spouse and children. So those arguments don't belong anywhere near, in that scenario. Because how can you do that? How can you discriminate against your own people? So those are the kind of things we need to do. We need to embrace that type of change, move forward as a nation, and the legislation will come through Treaty 1 government eventually and take over and push the INAC legislation aside. We will never lose, do not be afraid of losing our identity. Although our young people have an identity crisis, you can see. I started on the Powwow Trail in 1966 as a grass dancer. I was 4 years old and raised by my grandparents, and I remember one time I was the only child in the Long Plain First Nation dancing powwow. Now we have hundreds. We have a lot of, in the 70s, powwows, late 60s first came when the legislation was lifted to allow for powwows and ceremonies to happen again. We've had a really strong emergence of our culture, a repatriation of that. Our young people are searching it out, and they're filling the dance arbors. They're filling the dance arbors. Last week in Ebb and Flow Powwow, which started their powwow about 15 years ago, 850 dancers. Largest traditional powwow in Manitoba. So you're seeing a lot of our people finding their way back to the road, Anishinaabe. They're seeking it out, they're finding it, and they're looking for it. So I'm not so much afraid that we've won the battle of assimilation. Mm-hmm. What we do need to do is win the battle of governance within ourselves and our own campfires, and then strengthening that through the treaty that we already have as a basis for. That's where our source of strength comes from, is the treaty. We've already, the language is coming back slowly, but I know there's still a danger in a lot of communities. But you can learn, you can relearn, and the technology is there to also embrace that. The other thing I want to say in just closing, I know it's kind of going on and on here. Long Plain First Nations, so you know, we do not support, when I spoke to those energy projects, we do not support the Enbridge line or the Trans-Canada pipeline that are coming through the Treaty 1 territory. And my recommendation to the council is that we do not sign off on any agreements with them because we oppose those agreements. And also, from this assembly, we should also be giving recognition to Standing Rock Reservation in their fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline, because water is life. So I'm hoping that something can come from here, and we can go forward. I know people all sometimes worried about the economy, and that's been true because the Indian Act, there has been embargoes throughout the years since the reserves have been created, and still to this day, there are economic embargoes that are happening in our First Nation communities based on that Indian Act also too. But we've always tried to work to find a way around that Indian Act, to go through it, to run right through it, or find a way around it, and just to lift our people's standard of living, to work towards that. So I see a lot of hope, but I see a lot of challenge out there also too. So
thank you very much. People, 5 minutes. That was excellent. But we do have a resolution that's going to be introduced here in the Assembly tomorrow for this Assembly in support of Standing Rock, okay? Okay, mic number 2, 5 minutes, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Mic number 3.
Haha, miigwech. Maingin link makate makwendesh nagas chucha ujujak dem. Originally, I'm coming from Treaty 3 territory out in Laxdale First Nation, but I've lived in Winnipeg for the past 30 years, and I'm currently working with Treaties 1 and 4. So it's definitely an opportunity to participate in this type of forum, because I've never really gone back to the home territory with regards to Aboriginal and treaty rights. But when I was growing up, I was raised with the idea of self-determination, and that's what we want as a people. So definitely this is an opportunity for that. With regards to what's been going on to this discussion, I just want to say I'm really honored to be surrounded by the experience and the knowledge and the skill that everybody is bringing to the table here. And what I would like to do is to provide a legislative option for consideration. I've been developing a discussion paper, which is over by the doors over there if anybody wants to have a copy. But what I would like to propose as an idea is the development of an Indigenous Self-Determination Treaty Governance Act. It would define and uphold and maintain the nation-to-nation relationship between Canada and Indigenous nations based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership, and would be led by First Nations, for First Nations, with support from the Government of Canada. It would be designed by Indigenous treaty nations, resourced by the Government of Canada, and passed as a government bill in the House of Commons and Senate. If Canada is serious in upholding the nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous nations in Canada, this would be an opportunity for them to match their words with concrete action, with specific results and outcomes as it relates towards Treaties 1 to 11. As well, the principles of truth, kindness, generosity, and perseverance would be upheld in relation to each other, but also with the Government of Canada, in order to bring balance to the union of the relationship between Indigenous nations and Canada. The purpose of the Act would be an act of law, not policy. By doing so, in the event of a change of government, the Indigenous Self-Determination Treaty Governance Act would still be in place and would be the cornerstone to maintain Canada-Indigenous treaty relations. The purpose of this Act would be to legislate a mechanism to enable Indigenous nations, communities, and treaty groups to opt out of the Indian Act. For the Government of Canada to reaffirm the importance of treaties with the Indigenous peoples in Canada, and recognizes the validity and importance of these treaties in the Crown's actions on a nation-to-nation relationship based on recognition, rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. To support the development of Indigenous governments that activate the full inclusion of Indigenous peoples into the economic, socio, and political union of Canada with respect to each respective treaty's nation's language, culture, government, and institutions, and reaffirming, recognizing, and acknowledging Indigenous peoples and governments as self-governing and sovereign, and to establish a relationship framework between Canada and Indigenous nations, to establish an interface of jurisdictions and laws with respect to Canada and the provinces, and to First Nations and Indigenous nations, and to ensure the inherent Aboriginal treaty and collective rights are not degraded or taken away. So this act here is to serve as a fulcrum and a direct line to government with regards to treaty relations, treaty implementation, and treaty government. In addition, this legislation would serve as a recognition of Indigenous nations as sovereign, self-governing, and with rights and laws unique to each nation. The outcome of this act is to provide a legislative framework for Indigenous nations to engage the Government of Canada with respect to the inherent rights, treaties, and treaty rights. It is designed there's a legislative mechanism in place to formalize the treaty relationships between Canada and Indigenous nations to ensure Aboriginal treaty and collective rights and rights to be acquired will not be affected or lost through this legislation. So if anybody wants to have more of a further read on this, like I said, there's copies over there, and I'm available for discussion as well. So
Thank you very much. Yes, and I think the technicians should get a copy of that. Thank you. Okay, mic number 2, or is it 2? No, number 4. Okay, and then back to 2. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Crewchild.
I'm not a chief.
Not a chief, I'm sorry then. Madam Crewchild?
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge yourself and also the head table, all the leadership that are here, all the citizens from all communities across Treaty 1 to 11. I'm going to be very short and brief, just for respect for other speakers. Number one is, I do believe there's a lot of good words that has been said, and we've been at this for quite some time. And one of the things I always think about is the colonization of our people. It was very painful for our elders in the past. And I tell you, today, it's going to be more painful to decolonize ourselves. And in the work that I do, I could see that within our communities. Like the bureaucracy in the Government of Canada, control the agenda. It's no different in the province, and it's no different in our tribal councils and in our communities. Because if you disrupt the status quo, you disrupt the lives of the people who are working. And that's the sad part about it. We got to decolonize. And the more we talk about this Indian Act, the more power we're putting to it. All of you know we got the power and authority to do what we want to do. And that young fellow this morning, I think, said, there's going to be one question asked, what do you want? You know, to be honest with you, we don't know what we want. What do we really want? We talk about control and authority, and we talk about our sovereignty. The other issue I want to mention is the human rights. A lot of people in this room, as First Nations people, we respect the human rights. We support them. But I'll tell you something, the human rights do not respect our treaties. And that's the reality, and that's life. And another thing I want to mention is the whole issue that's going to hit home with many of you, is the treaty right to health. I just come from my communities yesterday. We just finished off 12 funerals. Last year we done 100 funerals due to drugs and alcohol because of the lack of the healthcare system looking after our people in this country. Within our community, we done a 20-bed facility, a rehab center. Canada said we can't do it. Health Canada said we can't do it. The province said we can't do it. But guess what? Our 3 communities got together and we got a 20-bed facility that's open for the last 3 months, and it's in full operation. If you put your mind to it and you want to do something, we could do it. And I'll tell each and every one of you, our healthcare system in our communities is failing our people. It's killing our people. You know, I know the elder before lunch talked about collaboration. He looked at the dictionary and he threw it away once he found out what it was. And he's so true. Collaboration is about power, the people in power. But guess what? Where the collaboration has to happen is within our home communities. That's where the power is the people. And for Treaty 1-11 to work, it has to come from the bottom up, not from the top down. And Saul Sanderson, I work with Saul. Saul has been one of my teachers for the last 30 years. And the governance process that we're putting together has been a hard work. Now it's about people now, engagement of our people. You know, we want to move forward. But you know what? I think it was said yesterday, we don't need permission from anybody. We do what we want to do. We know what has to be done. But the question is, who's going to do the work? That's always the question, because once we all leave here, nobody wants to do the work because there's no resources. This man here behind me, all those documents that you guys see, all the work that he's put into it, it's 30 years of his life. And this man, he don't get paid for that. And that's the hard work, that's the commitment that each and every individual, every family, every community's got to make if we want to move forward as First Nations people. We talk about being sovereign. Let's prove it. Let's do the work. And I got a recommendation in regards to moving forward to Treaty 1-11 now, and I'd like Saul to give me a few minutes just to present it very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Oh, okay.
Regina,
Yes.
you can proceed with the other ones first.
Okay. I think mic number 2. Yeah, mic 2. No. Yeah, mic 2, and then back to Saul in there, right? Oh, 1, 2, 1, and Saul. 3. Oh, 4. I don't know, I'm losing my numbers. I think I need a smoke. Hey, we're on web, live. I need to smudge my lungs. Go ahead, number 2, please.
That means I'm a Christian for you English folk. Akichtanin, Songadeo Nishinabe, means I stand for our people every way possible. Sovereignty means Manidu Shigunin. First, God, my family. Manidu, my extended family. All the other families being equal in his eyes. Not the Indian Act system that puts a few families above the others. And I'll speak in the modern day vernacular, treating the rest of us like Indian Act niggers. The real fight is going on in our communities. We're developing a drug culture, gangster. One of our young men had his face slit from ear to ear. They broke both his legs. My other relative was shot a couple of years ago. 2 got charged. The 3rd guy just finished knifing somebody else. Sovereignty means we do the work at home to deal with these things. Not out there first. Home first. I talk to the gangsters. I talk to the ones they call the crack hoes. These are our children. Where's their resources? We fought long and hard to get that land, repatriate our land with the elders, with the families working together. And we're all divided again. All this is good. But unless we begin to be treated as equals back home, because God said He's no respecter of persons. Then maybe we'll defeat our enemy. The Indian Act is a dastardly with a D, bastardly with a B. And in Christian terms, bastard means godless. That's what that, it's a weapon of genocide. We are the Constitution. The laws that God gave us, He wrote other laws in stone for the Jews, Judah, Israel. Same God, same weight. We must uphold them. Respect all our families. Respect that man even though he doesn't agree with you. Don't send out your goons. Don't try to intimidate. Respect that family that's wrestling with crack and do everything that you can to make it better for them. Our strength is not going to come from anywhere else except from within. We were rebuilding our nation. We were at the point we didn't know the strength of the women in our culture or in our governance, but we were at the point where we were going to put them in their place as we understood it at the time. The opposition came from within. Unless we restore the women to their rightful place, we're dead in the water. During Oka, Ellen Gabriel came here in Winnipeg, and I said to her, a nation has many strengths, but half of its strength is the women in it. When you go through the history, the Indian Act cuts the women out and leaves us bullheaded men to make decisions without half our strength. And I'm sorry, ladies, women, my aunties, my mothers, my grandmothers. The law that puts you in your rightful place never died. It's there for your taking. And as men, we better be man enough to recognize that place. And I say to you women, take your rightful place. We need you. Your children are dying. Not only on the streets, but right on the res. Do it. This is good. But don't forget us. Grassroots at home. Jimmy Rich.
Okay, now we go to Mike 1.
Hello, my name is Eugene Peterson. I'm from Long Plain First Nation. I worked on the in Manitoba what we call the dismantling agreement for 10, 11 years. And of course, in our history, we've rejected Charlottetown, we've rejected Meech Lake. FNGA was no FNGA, and we didn't get the dismantling agreement done. And now we're talking about self-government in the context perhaps of UNDRIP, dismantling or eliminating the Indian Act. And what I wanted to point out is a lot of the talk yesterday and today, plus in previous meetings, we're focusing on Canada. We're focusing on the Indian Act far too much.
And I think Regina pointed out there are some conventions that Canada is a party to. There are 7 major conventions that are binding on Canada now. I want to read one clause for everybody, just to remind them of this. This is from the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. Article 1 says, all peoples have the right of self-determination, period. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. That's very broad. It's binding on Canada now. In fact, for several years, since the 70s. That's been binding on Canada since the 70s. The UNDRIP only adds the words, all Indigenous people. That's it. While we were people back then, we're still people, we're Indigenous people. We have to be careful how we react to Canada when they say they will recognize UNDRIP. The reason is because everybody here has been saying the power lies with us, and that's true. Canada does not have the power or the authority to recognize UNDRIP. It's the other nation states that do. It's the other nation states that will pressure Canada to recognize that. That's the way the international realm works. So we need to do a little bit more work internationally. We need to be looking at those periodic reviews, and we need to have a way for this group to feed information into those periodic reviews that go to the UN on all of the different conventions that are binding now. Because if we get tricked into thinking, like the Attorney General told everybody in Niagara, that we're not ready, that we can't afford to govern, we wouldn't know who our people are, we wouldn't know how to deal with each other, we wouldn't be able to resolve our disputes, you poor little Indians won't know how to do these things. That's her message. But if we help you, we'll do it this way, through legislation and policy, a transition phase. It'd be too simplistic to tear up the Indian Act and adopt the UNDRIP. Yeah, it'd be too simplistic for them, I suppose, but we don't need them. That's very important. We don't really need them to recognize it. We don't need them to recognize us. We have to recognize us. And part of the outline for how we do that has already been said. I just want to refer to nation state. What's a nation state? A lot of people in here know that, but what it is, you have a permanent population, a defined territory. We have our defined treaty boundaries. We know who we are. You need a government. That's where we have a bit of a problem. It's not we have a problem. It's just there are so many options. There's just literally thousands of ways we can organize ourselves that's consistent with our treaty boundaries or our nationhood. And that kind of that's kind of a bit of an obstacle we have to work around. But the fourth one is the capacity to enter into relations with other states. We've done that. Treaties 1 to 11 did do that. We have all of those components to become nation states. We've done those. What we're failing to do is to engage in a strategy that ignores some of these obstacles that the Indian Act has put in place. And by the way, I don't think Justin Trudeau had the right to name their department, the Department of Indigenous Affairs. How dare him? It's none of their business. And when the AG was asking how we're going to govern ourselves, that's none of their business either. When we've come up with how we govern ourselves and how we define ourselves, we'll let them know. But until then, I think we're looking far too much at what Canada can do, will do, should do. We have to look away from that and start looking at in the international arena. And I just wanted to make it clear that we don't really need them. We don't need them. And that's what scares them the most. They'll lose their economic certainty and their legal certainty if they can't control us. And they know they can't.
Thank you very much. Well said. Okay, Saul? And after Saul, we'll take a few-minute break, okay? I'm asking you. Okay, Saul?
Well, I'm not going to stop till it's 5 o'clock.
Oh, Saul.
Okay. What I want to do,
5 minutes.
Regina, is to put some substance to the discussions here about how we organize politically.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you a chart there that's up right now. This is back home in the Federation of Nations. On the left-hand side of the chart, we have all these corporate entities under provincial law and jurisdiction, provincial corporate law, our tribal councils, our health authorities, our child care agencies, our dev enterprises, you name it. We're implementing the 69 White Paper and 1980 Buffalo Jump under that strategy of first, second generation devolution policy of the 69 White Paper and 1980 Buffalo Jump. But my point is here, it's not just being done in Saskatchewan. It's being done right across the country by you and others. Nobody's exempt from what I just showed you on that left-hand side of the chart. I thought we rejected the 69 White Paper, but hardly any people know about the 1980 Buffalo Jump today. So you're talking political organization. Let's come to this other side of the chart now. You see that chart I showed you yesterday that governs the legal, political, sovereignty treaty relations between First Nations and the Crown? That's that chart. Now at the top in the yellow, that's the Federation of Nations, the FSIN. It's not incorporated. It's organized through a political convention. We traveled the province of Saskatchewan for 2.5 years to get it ratified by the band members so that it could be a part of the Federation of Nations, respecting their powers, their inherent rights and powers of governing. So that's how the Federation of Nations is structured, with the instrument we call the FSIN Convention, which is a political agreement between all the bands of the nations of the Federation of Nations. That political agreement crosses nations' boundaries, treaty boundaries. How do we implement that convention? Not under provincial or federal law. The governing bodies of the Federation of Nations, the lawful assembly of the leaders that come to assemblies, it's a lawful assembly legislated under the Convention Act of the Federation of Nations in the form of First Nations government, jurisdiction, and law. So when they sit in assembly and occupy that seat, it's not a seat for one chief. It's a seat for the bands of the Federation of Nations, and the chief or a delegate can sit and occupy that seat to conduct the nation's business. The executive, under the Convention Act, is governed under our own laws and jurisdiction. The Executive Council of the Executive and Reps is another governing body under our own government jurisdiction and law. The Indian Government Commission of the Executive, the Reps and some chiefs, is an Indian Government Commission under our own government jurisdiction and law, under the Convention Act. Indeed, all the commissions we have, the Education Commission, the Economic Commission, Judicial Commission, and so on, they're all under First Nations law and jurisdiction. They are not incorporated. Then we have laws establishing our institutions, like the First Nations University of Canada, Saskatchewan Indian Cultural College, Saskatchewan Institute of Technology, First Nations Forum, are all under First Nations government jurisdiction law. Now you see, I showed you yesterday those political relationships. Those relationships formed by treaty making and the treaties. Political relations, treaty relations, going down the middle of that chart now. Judicial relations, economic relations, fiscal relations, international relations, and I said we need bilateral processes by sector to implement inherent rights and treaty rights in every sector. So politically in Saskatchewan then, we are organized through a federation of nations under a political agreement between the respective bands that's implemented under First Nations government jurisdiction and law. You heard me talk about the transition that we need to deal with. So how do we take all that activity on the left-hand side of that chart that's comfortably legislated and implemented under provincial law and jurisdiction, including child welfare agencies? We need to bring them over to this side of the chart collectively as governments of our nations in Saskatchewan, implement under our own jurisdiction and law. Now, the Convention of the Federation of Nations respects the political autonomy of the bands and the governments of their nations as political units of their nations. The sovereignty that applies, there's conditions on that sovereignty by band and by nation. And what are they? I listed them for you yesterday. The inherent rights and title applies in the same way to all our nations. Treaties 1 to 11 applies in the same way to all our nations. When the Crown made Treaties 1 to 11, they considered that being one major treaty. And I'm going to come back to that and show you the difficulty. But now you see the question here is, how do we politically organize Treaty 1 to 11 and the governments of Treaty 1 to 11? That's been asked here. So what I'm recommending, Regina, if we're serious about implementing our sovereignty of our nations and the governments of our nations collectively and implementing Treaty 1 to 11, we need to consider how we move ahead with a First Nations Convention, political agreement that's not signed just by the nations under Treaty 1, but the member bands of those nations under Treaty 1. And we implement those governing structures of Treaty 1 to 11 under our own jurisdiction and law. And I got samples here. I was asked many years ago to develop a structure for Treaty 1 to 11, and the structure deals with what I'm talking about. But it includes the process, the traditional contemporary processes by community to stabilize our governing systems with implementing our inherent rights and powers of our people by community. Like I said yesterday, the executive branch of government, legislative branch of government, judicial branch of government, and the boards and departments of government, that system of government came from us. The non-Indians came here from dictatorships. They didn't know what a democratic system of governing was till they examined our kinship clan systems. And those of you who know what the functions of the clans are, you will recognize that those functions are similar. So this chart that you're going to have, I'm going to give you a copy of it, maintains the traditional processes of selecting leaders and setting up our governments by community, but also accommodating the contemporary needs of governing. The Treaty 1 to 11 structure provides for the selection and representation from Treaties 1 to 11, not just political representation, but technical representation as well. Now, there's a suggestion we form a work group here. That work group should have two levels to it: a working committee of elected leaders and a working committee of technicians. But I'll also give you this structure. But what it does, it speaks to how we come together to organize and implement those relationships that I just cited there. But that's between us as nations. But we still need to address how those relationships impact on the Crown-Canada relations. So in addition to the national nation-to-nation forum that I recommended at lunchtime that we should be co-hosting. That forum would focus on much of what we're talking about in terms of giving substance and implementation to our sovereignty of our nations, the governments of our nations, our jurisdiction and law. But in this structure, Eugenia, you will see where the tables go, not limited to Treaty 1 to 11. It also eventually accommodates the need to sit and work with the pre-Confederation treaties, the Robinson treaties, Treaty 1 to 11, the Douglas treaties, and the modern-day treaties in some form. So I want to table these with you, and you can share them with your committee, but it also identifies the type of task teams that are needed to get this agenda moving and to get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Saul. Jeannie, can you get that from Saul, please? Okay, well, these discussions are good, and we're glad to be hearing your points of view. I'm hoping the technicians are taking all these down, and not just ours, but from Manitoba and whoever, all the technicians that are here. So we're going to meet after this, and somebody needs to write them out, and we'll return in 10 minutes. So prepare your questions, your comments, and we'll continue. Thank you.
We have one of the things we failed to let you know that some of you are on TV. Treaty 1 to 11 is on live stream through the AMC website. Just click on live. So we are on national broadcast. Go on YouTube, AMC Live.
Yeah, I've just been told that some of the documents that people have been asking the Treaty Relations Commission of Manitoba here, some of the documents are too large to email. So those of you that left your email address with them, maybe just bring a flash drive, a USB, and they can just go ahead and download it for you. And when we're acknowledging sponsors earlier, I sort of mentioned the work that Gail is doing from the TRC or Treaty Relations Commission of Manitoba. The Treaty Commission Office is also helping to sponsor and helping out with this particular gathering here, so we just wanted to make mention of that. Okay, maybe we can call people back before we lose everybody. Tomorrow there's still going to be a strategy that's going to be discussed, the plan of action that we're going to go forward with, and also resolutions. The resolutions, so far I've seen one. There might be others, but the organizers will give us an update on how many resolutions there are. But one of the resolutions I was requested for was a supporting resolution for our relatives down at Standing Rock and the action that they're taking on the land. And I think that's very important for us to show our support, because as one of our elders from back home, Treaty 6 elder, his name is Jim O'Cheese. Some of you might know him. I think occasionally he comes over here. He's Anishinaabe too, and Cree. He told me, and he told a youth gathering, an elders gathering, he says, "We are the land," he says. We are the land, so that's the reason why we have that relationship with the land. In our creation stories, all of us hear from our knowledge keepers that we were created from this land, from this earth here. So as a result, we are the land, and when we finish our work here, we go back to the land. And I think that's really important. Like in our part of the country where we come from, our creation story is down really close to Treaty 4 territory, or in that area in the Cypress Hills. So I think we all have our stories of how we come from this land. So I think that's very important to support our nations that are standing up for Mother Earth, that are standing up for the land, the water, the air, the animals, the very things that Elder Crusane was saying. They cannot speak for themselves. We need to be able to do that wherever and whenever we can, as Indigenous peoples, as Nihiawak, Anishinaabe, Dene people. So we should have a truancy officer go get our moderator, huh? But anyway, it's really good to see our non-Indigenous treaty brothers and sisters that are here. Hi, fellas. They go a long ways, and you know, they do so on their own expense. You know, they go ahead and help out in treaty meetings, and they actually help organize, and they remind us that we need to keep the struggle going. We need to keep the momentum going. So, you know, they recognize that they are treaty people too. And they're very concerned about the way, especially the Harper government, did not honor the treaty. So I think in some ways they're we can sort of breathe a momentary sigh of relief that Harper is no longer there. But until Trudeau takes action, I'm not sold on him either. So I think we need to take him to task. We need to keep reminding him of the promises that he made and the commitments that he made to our people. So we need to carry on. Oh, here she is. Let's have a drum roll. But she went out to smudge her lungs, she was saying. So, but I believe the Mushkegowuk wanted to do their presentation, and will entertain you right after Saul. Saul just wants about 2 minutes just to explain to you how his idea of why part of that map is a different color or a non-color than the others, and he just wants to explain that very briefly. So Mushkegowuk, if you can see the technical person here for your PowerPoint. Okay. Sorry, Regina, I'm just pinch hitting for you. So.
Oh, thank you, that's fine. Chief Antoine wanted to say a few words, make some comments too. Can we do that, Saul? Or do you want to finish with Saul? Okay, Saul.
Might just a couple
but don't be here
minutes.
till 5:30, okay?
You see that map on the wall there?
Yes.
Those are all the treaties that have been made up to now. The color part of the map that's identifying the modern treaties is, you can see, the white part, Treaty 1 to 11, and you'll see in the north, Treaty 11 is covered by some color mapping. You'll see the Douglas Treaty in BC is white. Pre-Confederation treaties are white. Why did they put them together like that? The reason it's like that is because they've given federal provincial legislation to give legal effect to those modern day treaties. But there is no federal legislation giving legal effect to the numbered treaties, the Pre-Confederation and Douglas Treaty. So that's pretty major unfinished treaty business. And for Treaty 11, of course, in the territories, yeah, there's legislation there federally, but Treaty 1 nations, the Dene Nation and government, they can legislate giving legal effect to Treaty 11 under their jurisdiction and law, and I can guarantee that it would supersede any federal legislation that's there now, that's overlapping Treaty 11 territory. And those are the kinds of things we have to debate and discuss amongst ourselves. Because as you see, the modern day treaties have compromised to some degree the sovereignty of their nations. But they made them, and they can change them. That's my point. But keep in mind now, that's the environment we're working with when we talk about treaty making and treaties across Canada amongst First Nations. Okay?
Thank you, Saul. Okay, Chief Antoine? Lights, please. We want to see the light.
Hello.
Thank you.
Agent Nahinda, Agent Nitsan, Masi Net Sinathan. Could you go to like on Silicon? Go to Joe Tutanti, Samanaja, Kerry won't catch a day. Is your own car Nagamet at the own that I just must in it Sinathan. I am Dene. And it's really timing that we have a map on the screen. If you look at the screen and you see that white area on the north part of BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, that's Treaty 8. And above there, all the way to the Arctic Ocean, that's Treaty 11 area. And the bottom of it, on the southwest part of it, where it says Decho, that's where I come from. And the community where I come from, right in the middle of that, it's a community where in 1987, Pope John II visited that community. That's where I come from. And if you watch the event, I was the chief at that time. And since then, I went on a walkabout, and I worked at radio stations. I also worked at the Canadian Museum of Civilization. And I wanted to learn more. And just last June, I was again promoted to the chief of Treaty. And the environment that Seoul talk about in the Treaty 11, that's what's happening with us. And in my community and also the elders of Treaty 11, the Denende territory, which I come from, goes beyond that limited area of Treaty 11. And the elders, the way they mentored me is that they said, we're Dene. They said, this is our land. This is the way it needs to be. Two things you don't let go. One is the land. The second is our understanding of the treaty relationship. So that's where I come from. And we have a lot of things in common because it's about relationship with the Crown. And what we have in common is that we didn't go to them. They came to us and they wanted something. We have that in common. The other thing that we have in common is that we have an anniversary. So if you look at all the treaties, they've gone through their 100th anniversary already. The only area that haven't gone through the anniversary is Treaty 11. That anniversary is going to be in 2021. So we're looking at working to do something, and we need your help. People talk about time frame. People talk about wanting to resolve this relationship. And I see the anniversary of Treaty 11 as a major timeline. And my vision is, you know, when we look at situations, we look at the worst case scenario. We also look at the best case scenario. And then being proactive, looking ahead like our elders, is that if something needs to happen in 2021, there has to be something significant about that treaty relationship. So I wanted to share that vision with you. And if one thing that we do see from up there is that all of you have experiences, encounters with the Crown representatives. And we need to know that information, because one of the things that happened the south of the 60 is that the Canada, the provincial area, expand without your consent. And because of these provincial instruments, you're having a real difficult time. In our area, we have not gotten into a provincial status. However, there are processes that are happening, mechanisms that are already happening to move that territory into a provincial status. And this is where we need your help and your expertise, is that if you were given a chance to do this all over again, what would you do? We need your knowledge from that, because up there is the last part of the Northwest Territories. And I'm standing here to share this idea with you, because it's an idea. And I want you to absorb that idea and look at how we could help each other. We have some time, and we need to have a process. We need to do things step by step. We also need each other's involvement. We need sort of like a mechanism, and some people refer to it as a structure, how we're going to do that. So that's my sharing with you, is that we can do it. I could see in 2021 something significant, major that's going to unfold, and where we're all going to be involved. So I wanted to share this part with you. And the chair been asking for ideas, and this is the idea I want to share and leave with you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Excellent. So that, we all heard that, so, and I'm sure we're going to be willing to help one way or another. Treaty 1 to 11 got to stand together and help each other. So thank you very much. Now we will go to a presentation to be made by, I can't say your name again?
Jonathan.
Oh, Jonathan from Muskegwa? Yes. So we'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Miigwech, nishtamituan minanas komuneitano tagaisi moachitunanuach. Neste nisito naman umayaw Treaty 4. Keschinas komituin aski neogaitas natek. Nesta miigwech ita ka ugani ganish kakek nagishkat tuedeno. Igumaga Jonathan Solomon Dishinikasan Muskegwa Council Kichugimakan Northern Ontario Teke. I am from the Muskegwa territory, Muskegwa Crease of Northern Ontario on the west side of James Bay. I'm the Grand Chief of Muskegwa Council. How I became Grand Chief is I get elected by my people, by our communities that are members of Muskegwa Council. I get elected by the grassroots people, and I work along with our chiefs from our member First Nations, which are part of the Muskegwa Council. I would like to take this time to acknowledge the chiefs, the elders, the women, the youth that are here today. And I also would like to acknowledge the prayer by the elder this morning. And before I start my presentation, I would like to extend an invitation to the Treaty 1-11 gathering to take place in our area known as Treaty number 9 for the next general gathering. I will be taking part in the ceremony tomorrow morning to give the gifts that are required to be able to host the next gathering. And my presentation is about what our elders have been talking about for years and years and years since the treaty. The oral negotiations that took place between our elders and commissioners. And it is also to somehow vindicate the elders, because there are some people that believe that our elders surrendered or gave up everything. But that's not our story. The story that I want to share with you is our true story. For years and years, while I was growing up in my own community, where I was raised in my own community. You probably know of Saskatchewan First Nation because it's been the news on and off because of the situation in our community. That's where I was raised. That's where I raised my family, my kids today. I'm a hunter. That's how I was taught. That's how I grew up. And I passed along those skills that I learned from my grandparents and my father, the skills of hunting. I passed it on to my kids. Now I'm passing it on to my grandchildren. I got 14 grandchildren, by the way. And I really adore them. And this is why I do what I do today as a politician, because it's them that I'm looking at, not me. It's their future. But anyways, the real agreement is orally agreed to. This is probably my 15th presentation since I became Grand Chief over a year ago in August of last year. I have made presentations in front of government officials in the province of Ontario. I have made presentations to university students that are taking political science. And I have made presentations to the young people that are going to high school so that they'll be able to understand and know what the elders are saying in regards to this to the relationship. And this is my presentation, and I'm going to condense it, because if I was to do it page by page, it would be about 35, 40 minutes. But I want to respect your time. But I want to share with you what we have done in regards to implementing the oral agreement as agreed to and negotiated by our elders in 1905. My great-grandfather is a signatory to that agreement, Mr. Andrew Wesley. He's my great-grandfather. He's the one that sat in front of the commissioners and negotiated an agreement that was orally agreed to, not what was written. Because when you see the written agreement, it's all about surrender. But our negotiators were pretty smart, because they made the commissioners make statements, promises to them by saying things to them. Never once did the commissioners talk about the surrender clause or legally term that's being used today, the taking up clause. Never once. Because our ancestors at that time said they were very concerned that if they agreed to a treaty, that they would lose their livelihood of their hunting, trapping, and fishing. And if at one time, if my great-grandfather heard that if they were to agree to this, and if there's going to be any mining in this trapping territory, that you'll be able not to go hunt and trap there anymore, I don't think he would agree to that. Because they negotiated. And this is my presentation, as already agreed to. And it is to, like I said, what our elders have been saying for many, many years, that they never gave up anything, that they never surrendered their rights to hunt and fish or trap. Our elders have all along said, we agreed to share, and this is what, based on what we have done in regards to our treaty implementation, is based on the oral part of the treaty. Treaty number 9, where I'm from, it's a large, massive territory, 225 square miles of Northern Ontario, from Quebec border to the Manitoba border, and that's including Treaty 5. And the additions in 1929 and 1930. Moving on. Now, everybody knows as I'm very, I feel empowered sitting here since yesterday of the elders talking about, the rights that we have. The inherent rights, kisheman du minegusiyun, ugemawin itaskanesiyun. Eguma ishimine gosiyun ka ishiamita ko ganos kagimine tak mantunes ta ginano te pelo que te tascane shuneno que te shigishonena. Muna inanama kaya pa jastaya wemeste gushimun mayonama que te tascane shuneno. What I just said in my language is, what I just spoke is the God-given inherent right, our language. The inherent right is not the language I'm speaking to you right now. Our language is who we are. And I'm a Cree, and I'm darn proud to be one. I'm a Muskego Cree. I'm a hunter. My children, we converse in our own language. My grandchildren, we converse in our own language. But sadly, slowly, they're losing it. So moving on, the treaty is protected under the Constitution, Section 35. Moreover, moving on, it is also protected under the Supreme Court of Canada because the Supreme Court of Canada made rulings that anything that was said orally is binding. It's legally binding. And that's what our elders have been talking about all these years. Not on a pre-written treaty that was negotiated between Ottawa and Ontario before they came to our people. Because the commissioners were given strict orders that they cannot change what was written, because it was negotiated between the province and Ottawa. That's a pre-written. Moving on. I've heard this, I don't have to say it because I've heard it yesterday, and it's good that was said that the treaty does not make a nation. A nation is what makes a treaty, and that's how we became a part of that treaty. Moving on. The history is how they came on my side. They came downriver by canoe. First, they went on a train, and they came down the Albany River. and they came to Albany, where we were in 1905. 1905, and then, so our treaty, I think it's the only treaty, number treaty, that a province became a party to. Treaty number 9. And the reason why was that the province had an order in council telling the federal government, you will not enter into a treaty until we consent, in 1894. So the province became a party to our treaty in number 9. So that's why at this point in time in Mushkegowuk alone, for a number of years, late Grand Chief Stan Ludid, you probably know him. He passed on. He had a lot of passion about this process. He lobbied the province of Ontario that we need to have a treaty roundtable where we will talk about treaty implementation. And I've heard Elder Crashane talk about create a table and invite them to your table. And that's what we did. We now have a treaty roundtable with the province where we're talking about everything. Jurisdiction, resource revenue sharing. But the most important component is governance. We want to govern our own territory. We want to be able to give out permits, licenses for any developments in our territory. We want to be able to have to take care of our own under child welfare jurisdiction. That's where we are at with our process. But Ontario kept on saying during those years, we're not treaty makers. We got nothing to do with the treaty. But we continued to argue with this clause that said that Ontario said, you got to have our consent before you're trying to sign a treaty with Saskatchewan and Fort Albany. So over the years, they began to come around. So in November of last year, we signed a memorandum of understanding of treaty implementation with the province, November 26. And there was a missing partner on that table, and that's the federal government. During the Harper era, Harper era, they didn't want to talk about this. They didn't even want to hear about it. But since a new government came into play, now they want to come in to our table. First, just to find out what they're getting. I guess they want to find out what they're getting themselves into. But they're interested. And this is where we're going to talk about jurisdiction, the federal jurisdiction. You talk about abolishing Indian Act. That's the path. This will lead us justice, social network, economic development. It's going to be a long process. But moving on with this, my presentation. Everybody knows about a treaty. It was about surrender. But like I said, our elders were shrewd. They were shrewd negotiators. They had the commission say something verbally, orally, to agree to, for them to agree to signing the treaty. Because I can share this document with you. I don't want to go through it page by page. But there's stories here where the chiefs, the headmen at that time before they became chiefs, that they were concerned about the commissioners coming to give them something without anything in return. They were curious. There's something going on here. You're coming here to give me something, but what do you want me to give you in return? Because that's never happened to us, that something is freely given. There's something behind this. But, like I said, our elders, our negotiators, made them say things that the reason why they agreed to. I want to go to 1995. There's a page there. This is where the turning point, where I said the government of Ontario began to mellow. In 1995, they found a diary. One of the commissioners that traveled with the commissioners in our area in 1905, Mr. McMartin's diary. And when this happened, our lawyer said, I was working in my office one day, and then one of my junior lawyers came and said, shared the story that they found a diary of Mr. McMartin that's been in a box, in a shelf, in a box at the library at Kingston's University. And in the record of Mr. McMartin, it confirmed everything our elders have been saying. Mr. McMartin recorded what was said. They even recorded what they ate for the morning and how the weather was, and you name it. In the diary, never once did Mr. McMartin record that the surrender clause was told or explained. Never once. The only record that recorded was that there was a promise, as long as the river shines, the river flows, and the grass is green, that you can pursue your livelihood as long as you live. And based on that, that's why we are where we are at today. It's been a long road. There was a lot of challenges because the government was basing their arguments on what was written. But our argument was what was orally said between the commissioners and our negotiators. These are the areas, moving on. Another page. Moving on. Another one. Now, I heard it yesterday, like, who did the translation? No, that's a question, that's a legal argument. Who translated for them? Because when you look at our treaty in Fort Albany, none of my elders signed using their syllabics, the Cree syllabics or signature. They all had X's on them. So who did the translation? Who did the explanation? Who told my grandfather, great-grandfather, Mr. Wesley, saying, if we want to open a mine here, we will, and you cannot hunt there anymore? Who said that? Who translated for my great-grandfather? And would my great-grandfather agree to that? I don't think he would, because that was their livelihood. That's how they lived, and they didn't want to lose that. So, moving on. And then in 1929, 1930s, the additions. Because that's how the government of the day thinks, especially the province. I told the province, there's a monthly meeting, a public. I didn't want to hear them over and over again. It didn't dawn on me until I began to realize what Mr. Wesley, why he was doing that. He was trying to pound it on us that we have a treaty. And I talked to these brothers, Andrew Reuben, their father. He was 18 years old when the treaty was signed. And James said, I'm not going to read every line what he said. James said, somebody was there writing what was happening that day. It was recorded. And that's what we can't find today. Is when Mr. Wesley was very concerned. He was very concerned about that because there was somebody that recorded everything what was said during the treaty time. But Mr. Wesley prophesied, I believe that he prophesied that one day that these things will come out. They'll be found one day. And I do believe that it happened in 1995 when the diary of Mr. McMartin was found, what Mr. Wesley was talking about. That one day they will surface. That one day the truth will be told. And Mr. Wesley is not alive to see what happened in 1995 because he passed on before these diaries were found. But he said, one day they will be found. Moving on. And this is where we are at today. For over 100 years, the government said that it owned all of Northern Ontario. That's how they operated. But our ancestors said, no, no. Our elders said, no, we agreed to share. But everything that the government of Canada and government of Ontario has done has infringed on our treaty, the Mining Act, the Forestry Act, the Far North Act, and the Migratory Bird Act all infringe on our treaty rights as agreed orally by our elders. Canada failed its mission through the treaty, Commissioner Duncan Campbell-Scott. Here's the commissioner that sat across from my great-grandfather in 1905, made a pledge to him that he will take care of him. That if they sign a treaty, that it will be taken care of. That their kids will be educated. That they will provide health, housing. And he gets up in the house and said, we're going to get rid of the Indian problem. By the time we're finished with these Indians, we're not going to have an Indian question. My late Grand Chief Stan Lewis, if he was doing this presentation, this pulpit would be flying out, maybe hit the floor. But I'm kind of more of a relaxed person. But I get upset about this. Because this is the guy that sat across from my great-grandfather to sign a treaty with, and he goes to Ottawa and said, I'm going to get rid of Mr. Wesley. I'm going to get rid of his grandchildren. By the time I'm finished with them, they're not even going to know who they are. They're not even going to speak their own language or pursue their own livelihood. Through residential school. My parents were survivors. I am glad that my parents didn't get the same effect that other residential survivors did and are still being impacted today. Because my parents, when I was growing up, they showed me love. They raised me with love. Yes, I saw a little bit of alcohol once in a while. But the most important thing that they made sure was that they raised me in a good, loving home. And both of my parents are passed on for a couple of years now. My mom was not, my dad was the first one to go. My mom died a few months before Mr. Harper apologized for residential school. I sat in that hotel room listening to Mr. Harper make his apology. And I was crying like a baby. Because my mother, once in a while, used to share his experience as a student of residential school. And it is no wonder why, when I became of age to leave my community to go to high school, she didn't let me go. Because she wanted to protect me from the system she experienced. She was afraid that I would experience the same thing that she experienced at residential school. So instead, they taught me, and I learned from my elders in my community. I don't have a degree. I'm not highly educated. But yet, I'm a leader. And it all came from my elders. My grandfather was a chief. I became a chief when I was 26 years old, many years ago. And then I became a chief again. Now I'm a grand chief of my tribe, the Cree tribes. So, what we're saying is that we will assert our inherent rights. We challenged Ontario and said, negotiate or litigate? Or do you want to sit and discuss? And they came to the table. Moving on. Our elders, all this time, have said we never surrendered our homelands. Our elders have said we were always willing to share, but they never asked us. All they came was to do is take. Moving on. And this is in honor of the late Grand Chief Stan Ludet, my uncle. And I do it with compassion. Not for me, but my little ones. I've lived my life. Now I'm only living day by day. See what happens tomorrow. So if anybody wants a copy of this, I gave it to the tech guy here. If you want a copy of it, If you want me to email it to you, if you got a business card, I can do that. And if any time you want me to come to your community, your gathering to do this presentation, I'm more willing to come and share our story and share what we do in our region. Thank you very much. This is a condensed version of the treaty as orally agreed to, not the written version. Kichimiwach.
Thank you, Grand Chief Solomon. You did an excellent presentation. And I know, even though you say you're not educated, the reason why you're a leader is because you know who you are and what your history is. And you have a passion for your people. So it was excellent. And that's what we need. That's what we need to do. And I know many of you are in that same have that same capacity, and you can do that. We've had a lot of good discussions this afternoon, and I think this kind of puts an end to the day. It's been a long day, but I would like to ask the technicians to stay back again over there in my little corner over there. So we need to start drafting a plan, and so that we can present to the forum tomorrow from the ideas that came up and from some of their, oh, I'm sorry, I know Chief Vincent wants to also say something before we close, and then I'll give it over to Chief Vincent. Go ahead, please.
To all of us here, a miracle just took place. If you don't believe in a miracle, you will listen to what I have to say. A miracle took place with this meeting. Don't tell me we cannot have a meeting, because this meeting was brought forth in Niagara, and let's give a big round of applause for Regina Crowchild for pushing this meeting to make it happen. Let's give her a round.
Chief.
We supported her at Niagara, and they said, you know, it's going to be a short notice. In 2 months, this meeting took place, so it's a miracle, and I know we can have another meeting in 6 months' time. So with that, I just want to thank everyone. I'm looking forward to put wheels and motor into the engine, and let's get moving. Thank you.
Thank you, but the credit goes to the chiefs that are hosting this meeting. And I want to thank Chief Clear Sky, Chief Bowen, and the other chiefs that have hosted this. They're the ones that made it happen. I just agreed to help. Right. Thank you. But I'm very glad that you're all here. Thank you so much. Chief Clear Sky.
Thank you. Ajinago. I just want to say a few words. I won't take much of your time. I'm from Treaty 4 territory, and there's 36 communities involved in Treaty 4, and 7 of those bands, First Nations, are from Manitoba. I'm from the Manitoba side. There's no provincial boundary, so we always say. Anyway, I wouldn't take too much time. One thing I want to share with you, I got a hold of our spokesperson from Cowessess on behalf of Treaty 4. We have a Treaty 4 gathering coming up in Fort Capel from September 12th. I forget, it ends on that Saturday anyway. It's on for a whole week. And the Treaty 4 chiefs usually have an assembly. And they start off by ceremonies and stuff like that. But one thing I want to share with you is when I was talking to our Madam Spokeslady, who is Lynn Akos from Cowessess, and I asked her if it would be at all possible to invite from all the treaty nations that are here today to come and join us in Fort Capel. The reasoning behind that is the Governor General is going to be there on the 13th. That's on a Tuesday. So if we had a position paper from this assembly, it would be nice to give it to him and not ask him, but tell him these are the rules and regulations for our Anishinaabe nations. That is what I wanted to share with you. And once again, Madam, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You'll be here tomorrow yet? Okay. That's
I'll
what I
be
wanted
here as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow.
Right on. That's what I like to hear. Jimmy, right? And we have my brother here that wants to share some information before everybody leaves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, elders, chiefs, council, staff, and good people that came to this assembly. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a long, long road in getting here, in getting a possible process going. I lobbied the Treaty 4 chiefs, and as my brother Chief Clear Sky mentioned, that they've agreed that before 2 days before the Treaty 4 gathering, that we have a Treaties 1 to 11 meeting. And the purpose of that meeting is to put together the position paper of what we want to give to the Governor General as Treaty 1 to 11 nations. And in our deliberations last night, I tabled the possibility of, just like this Muskegowuk, what they're putting together, Saul's presentation, and other presentations that were made. After this meeting, every time the meetings have been, Treaty 1 to 11 meetings are done, we disperse. Then it's back to with Indian Affairs again, Indian Affairs, and we're further eroding our own treaty and domesticating our rights and getting rid of our inherent rights through those processes. Now we're talking disengagement from that process. We would like to encourage leadership to get behind the concept. In order to succeed in this, we'll reverse what Canada did. In order for Canada to succeed in attempting to get rid of us, they got rid of that facilitator between the Treaty 1 to 11 nations and the Crown. And that's to resurrect the office of Alexander Morris. And that the treaty nations of Treaties 1 to 11, Governor General, along with the late Lord Denning's office in England, worked together to breathe life into this office, so that it becomes the facilitating office when we meet with the state, or we meet with Canada, on our inherent rights, the way they have been affirmed by the treaty making. Further to that we can perhaps get to work like Treaty 1, the way they were talking here, having an office in each treaty area, a sub-commission office. Treaty 4, the reason the Governor General is coming there, because my little brother, Perry Bellegarde, had agreed to start getting these officials, communicating with these officials to come to treaty meetings. He agreed to that at the Calgary meeting, at the Sutena meeting. And now he has brought the the Crown's representative, going to be bringing the Treaty 4. So we have an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the process of what Chief Bone and others said, a home for Treaties 1 to 11 process. The spirit and intent, the home for a true home for our Eagle staffs. It's a true home for our nationhood. And like in Treaty 6, we're starting off very humbly. We got a 1,600 square foot log house that is right now temporarily our government house. And we're trying to work together to make it work. And also the disengagement or displacement of the Indian Act. First of all, the governance. You mentioned governance being number one. For many, like during time of Chief Lewis of Onion Lake, he brought us in the technicians to displace himself from Section 74 of the Indian Act and reaffirm customary governance, the sovereign governance. He did that through a referendum, and it passed, overwhelmingly passed. Others are following up in doing that. So that's one first step. But in order for this to, in order for this to have the spirit, we need the Governor General. We need the office of the original Treaty Commissioner for Treaties 1 to 11. And this is what we are going to be discussing, and to put a paper together that the chiefs will present to the Governor General and at the Treaty 4 meeting. With that, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before I leave the mic, I just wanted to, just for your information, after this meeting, someone raised, and we're going to be the chairs will be introducing them a resolution tomorrow regarding the support for Standing Rock. And I just wanted to let you know that the Regional Chief Hart is heading there after this assembly, so that we will pray for him. Keep him in your prayers, and keep this people at Standing Rock in your prayers. As well, Saul has given me the documents, and he's got these other documents. If you don't have them, can you go to his camp over here? He's got copies, and we're dealing with the self-government, that includes the self-determination stuff and the structures. So if you'd like, you can go and pick up copies. And I want to thank you for being such a good audience, giving your comments and suggestions. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, but you can take it over. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. We have a lady over here. Microphone number 4.
Miigwech, Bekwan Kotok Digo, Makondotem, Nyonga Shing, no Jibsingui. Nimiwech, a Dagon, Dagon Magabia. Migo again, no Magabia. I just want to say I enjoy these meetings. I've come for the last couple of years, and I think it's a good step that we're tackling the Indian Act. And I also wanted to say thank you to Elder Ruth yesterday bringing up the woman leadership. And I know where I come from in our Mittegang, it's usually the women that say to go ahead with these ceremonies. And it's also been in the past that it's usually the ladies that the men go to when it's time to hunt, when it's time to do the wild rice picking, etc. And the ceremonies are so important. Once we develop this plan, and I believe Chief Nipnat mentioned that the ceremony should happen, and And I agree that a lot of people had expressed the unity within the treaties, and it shouldn't just be with the treaties, it should be with everybody, with the medicine people, because the medicine people are going to be very vitally important to the plan of what we're going to replace with the Indian Act, whether we abolish it or disengage with the Indian Act. And the other thing that I also wanted to say, to suggest to this, is that we should get an international legal team going, because the treaties are international. The Indian Act is a domestic law within Canada, and that the Indian Act is based on to control and oppress the treaties, the treaty people. And that was my only suggestion. The reason why I'm speaking today is I won't be here. And I guess I should also say that I'm a chief for my community back home. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief, thank you very much, and your comments will be recorded, of course. That brings us to a closure for today's deliberation. As me and my co-chair, we want to thank you for all your support in your presentation, and as Regina stated, you're extremely a good audience to work with. We have one resolution for tomorrow for consideration in support of our brothers and sisters in Standing Rock, and our message will be delivered, of course, by our regional chief from Manitoba. You've given us some very powerful directions and some very powerful presentations from all people that have spoken. Our strategy can only carry the power that you give us. And I think if I can borrow one statement from today, we know what has to be done. We don't need permission. Let's do it. Technical team is meeting over here, and again, tomorrow morning is very important. People are walking out right now. We need to plan for next year. We have an invite, and tomorrow that'll be finalized at the pipe ceremony at 7 o'clock. And we'll be able to provide you with a process and a plan and a strategy tomorrow. We need your continued participation. Hopefully we can all meet together and close tomorrow as soon as we can. With that, that brings our day to a close. Technical team over here, and I'm not sure where we will not close. We just continue. The fire continues. We will recess till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Okay, I guess that's it.